Hey, what up, everybody? I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble day. Continue to have a blessed and humble night, man. Let me welcome all of y'all to the Writers for Life brings you the Let's Talk About It podcast, man. Listen, a few days ago, they sent me this interview with Kevin Gates, all right? I was asked, all right, my opinion about what was going on with the situation. But what we're going to do is, what we always do. We're going to react. We're gonna review and react to the video, all right? So today's topic is, let's talk about Kevin Gates' Club Shay, all right? His, his interview on relationships, trauma, Brittany Renner, right, and Dreka, and much more. Y'all know, listen, man, we don't be with that. Oh my OMG, what? Look, listen, yeah, we do got random thoughts going through our heads. We ask questions, right? But over here, man, we try to bring solutions to the table, all right? We're not here to bash or bring anybody down. We're here to talk about it. So while people, come through, I give it some time to see if my, regular subs come in, or if anybody wants to have, this conversation today. The link is in the chat down below. All right. I'm gonna give my commentary. We're gonna review, we're gonna react to this video. I want to hear y'all perspectives. I'm gonna ask questions. All right. Listen, let's talk about it. Mental health out here is real. All right. And I feel as though that from the few clips that I watched, all right, from this interview, Kevin Gates is spitting some gems, and it's crazy how the whole internet, all right, is making memes out of this joke. For real, for real. But while we give it some time for people to come in, all right, I'm gonna leave y'all with this lyrical poem, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, we living in a world where the rules don't apply. They say we gotta follow, but we ready to fly. System got us boxed in, trying to keep us small. But we rise like the phoenix, we ain't scared to brawl. They feeding us lies, but we see through the smoke. We're the voice of the people, we're ready to provoke. They want us to divide, but we're stronger as one. Breaking chains, taking names, yeah, we getting it done. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. In the world of division, they showed us how to share, but the weight of our sorrows, they never taught us to bear. We split our joys and laughter, but the pain remained untold. A burden we carry alone, a story left untold. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. He lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. We learned to divide our dreams and multiply our fears, but the ache in our hearts only grew with passing years. They gave us all the answers, except how to heal. The scars that run so deep, wounds that time can't seal. Yeah, they taught us how to share, but only the good. Smiles and laughter like we understood, but deep down inside, there's a storm we hide. Pain in our hearts, we're just trying to ride. Put on a mask, yeah, we play the part, but nobody sees the cracks in the hearts. We share our dreams, the highs and the lows, but when it comes to hurt, we just close the doors. We share the fun times, deflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain, but the shadows link, creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share it all. We got hate in our hearts, but we can conceal. Taught to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They say love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We try to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strongly true. Shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a world where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tightens, we're not alone. Bound by chains of injustice greed. Against the odds, we fight to be free. Mighty forces try to keep us down, but our spirits rise, refusing to drown. Defying norms, breaking through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity will never die. They try to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. They can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for keeps. With the strength of the many, we're sharing the leads. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together, let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm. Riders ignite, it's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They building walls, but we're digging tunnels. With every step we take, we're shaking the bundles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. Now we stand here broken, searching for some light, hoping for a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll face tomorrow and find solace in this space. They say don't bring the drama, keep it all light. But every night I'm fighting these demons in sight. Whispers in my mind, yeah, they echo when they shout. While I'm smiling on the surface, I'm breaking without. We're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battlefield of sorrow, a war with no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and it grows. In a world of lessons learned, they taught us how to stand and burn. But the scars we hide deep inside are the ones that never subside. We followed all rules they made, but the emptiness never fades. Their wounds like knives, cutting through even wounds that always grew. They painted pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left from us. Now we're left to bear the strain of the pain that lingers, never wanes. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. That's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. To remember this moment, remember this face, remember this sound. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down. In the face of oppression, we'll stand up tall. It's us versus the system, and united we'll it's you, not taking accountability for their actions, pointing fingers and blame, reflecting on others who they really are. It's all just a game. Here on this app is a different story. Elders acting like children, seeking attention and glory. They forget the values they were supposed to instill. Instead, they spread hate and negativity. It's all a bitter pill. I used to look up to those older than
All right, y'all. Blessings to everyone that's coming through. All right, blessings to everyone in the chat. We got Fan Power Podcast. Blessings. We got East Coast. He says East Oakland in the building. Shout out to East Oakland in the building, man. Welcome to Philly, baby. All right, y'all, man. Like I said earlier, I hope all of y'all is having a blessed and humble day. Continue to have a blessed and humble night. All right. I was supposed to do this podcast a little earlier, but I didn't get a chance to. But let's do this like we normally do. All right. Let me give a big shout out to all my day one subscribers, my new subscribers. All right. Because if it wasn't for y'all, a shorty wouldn't have made it this far. Before we get into the podcast, all right. Before we get into the review and reacting, all right. I want to make sure I let everybody know. Listen, I'm gonna show y'all this little thumbnail right here. All right, that QR code. All right, it doesn't matter what city or state you're in. If you sign that petition, all right, we can get more cameras into these schools, more background checks. All right, let's be the voice that our kids need within our communities, our schools, and our homes. Right. I just wanted to throw that out there before we got anything started. All right, that's really important for me. I want to say thank you. This is a petition. I've had it for a year already. I want to say thank you to the 20 signatures on there, John. We need more signatures. All right, let's reach more signatures on there, John. So listen, if y'all get a chance, just take a picture of the QR code. All right, put your little John Cox signature in that, John. All right. Then I gotta leave that John a little longer. And let's do what we got to do for our kids, all right? We're not just doing this for kids with special needs, all right? We're doing this for all kids that are getting bullied within these schools, all right? Not just for the kids that are getting bullied, but for the teachers' protection and much more. All right, guys, check out, scan the QR code. Check out the petition. It's going to tell you everything that we need to be, that needs to be done, what it is that we're pushing for, what it is that we're fighting for. Right, and I appreciate all the parents that have come together, all right, and gotten petitions through town hall. We need more parents, all right, so that's why we're putting more signatures out there. And every chance we get, we're gonna renew the petitions, and we have to renew the petitions, all right. But listen, since there's nobody in the chat, man, like I said earlier, big shout out to everyone that's out there, all right. Anybody that comes through, blessings to all of y'all. Hope all of y'all have a blessed and humble day today, man. Listen, let's talk about it. All right, y'all. We get on here every day and we cover everything: mental health, emotional abuse, spiritual abuse, manipulation, childhood trauma, all of it. And yeah, we joke, we roast, we clown because laughter is medicine. But when it's time to get serious, we get serious. We don't sugarcoat, we don't tiptoe, and we damn sure don't babysit grown folks' egos. All right. If something I say hits you in your chest, all right, that's not me attacking you. It's your spirit telling you, all right, to sit with it. I'm not your mama, your therapist, or your probation officer. All right. I'm just calling it how it is. Why do people get mad at the messenger, right, instead of the mirror? And I feel as though that when the mirror is held up in front of someone, all right, the accountabilities in the reflections hurt them. It bruises their ego. Today we diving into Kevin Gates, not the rapper persona, right? Not the memes, not the viral clip. No, blah, blah, blah. My bad, my bad. Blah, 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 blah. All right, let me restart that over. All right, let me rewind that back and start over, right? Not the rapper persona, all right? Not the memes, not the viral clips, all right? But the man behind all that. Because people forget that he's a father, a son, somebody's lover, all right? Somebody's heartbreak, somebody's healing journey. Somebody, how can I say, somebody's walking contradiction, just like the rest of us, all right? Folks love to act like celebrities ain't human, like they don't bleed, cry, or how can I say, make dumb decisions at 3 a.m. like the rest of us. Nah, right? He's a person first. And people love to judge a person they don't even know while ignoring the mess in their own living room. I just sometimes really wonder, right? Why do we, how can I say, dehumanize people the moment they get famous? Family, friends, people within the community. That's crazy. But back on topic. Listen, and let's be real, right? Kevin Gates is known for a lot of things. Some good, some wild, some questionable, some spiritual, some, sir, please, just please log off. But that's the complexity of being, human. We all got layers. Some of y'all got layers like onions. Peel one back and everybody starts crying. Some of y'all got layers like lasagna. Messy, but still good. All right. On some real shit. Let's be real. Let's keep it real. All right. Like, listen, Gates just happens to have layers on display for millions of people who swear they know him because, they watched a 30-second clip. I just don't know why do people think, a clip tells the whole story. Why? I mean, I do wonder why. Why do people think a clip tells the whole story? It really doesn't. And that's crazy, right? I've talked about it plenty of times on here, right? On how I've uploaded a short and somebody just sat here and just wrote on the label something I said and stuck it on their fool head. Like, what I said was being said about them. I'm sitting here like, did I mention it? Do I even know you? I thought I was just speaking in general. But shit, damn, man, if the shoe fits, wear that bitch. But anyways, now let's talk about relationships, marriage, trauma, right? All the stuff people pretend, they're experts on until it's time to apply it to their own life. Gay has been open about his pain, his mistakes, his healing, his confusion, right, and his growth. And whether you like him or not, you can't deny he speaks from a place, right, of lived experience. But people love to cherry pick his, his words to fit their narrative. I mean, they do it with a lot of people. Social media is a big example of it. All right. They'll ignore the accountability part and only quote the toxic part because it makes them feel better about their own chaos. Let me ask y'all, why do people skip the accountability part of the message every time? It's crazy. Like, I've said it a few times here because I'm not, like, I'm going to give my opinion on this, right? Me, in my opinion, I feel as though people, right, how can I say, don't listen to the message, right, that is being given sometimes because of the messenger. They don't like that person. They can't stand that person. So whether the message is right, all right, or how can I say the message is meant to, heal, they're going to ignore that part. It's going to have to come from someone that they like. It's all about really sometimes, and I'm not going to say all the time, but sometimes, right? I'm going to say the majority of the time, all right? Let's put this like on a scale, right? Like the majority of the time, because it depends. It's about who you like. But maybe I'm wrong. Y'all more than welcome to correct me, all right? But it's just my opinion, right? And then we got the whole, how can I say, Christy and Desmond Scott situation, Brittany Renner, Dreka, all these names floating around like how can I say, a reality show crossover episode, right? Everybody got opinions, everybody got theories, even me, all right? Everybody got insider information, all right? Information that they got from a TikTok made by somebody who lives in their grandmom's basement. Meanwhile, the real truth, right, is relationships are complicated. People hurt each other. People heal. All right. People lie. People love. People outgrow each other. And none of us know the full story behind closed doors. Hey, but I could be wrong. All right. I don't know why people, let me just say like this. Let me ask it in the form of a question. Why do people act like they're experts in relationships, right? They're not even in. You didn't walk that. How can I say? You didn't walk them trenches. You didn't live that experience. Listen. So that leads me to this. Let's talk the trauma. Let's talk about trauma real quick, right? Because that's the part people skip when they want to judge, right? Trauma will make you love wrong, speak wrong, react wrong, and choose wrong. Trauma will have you thinking chaos is normal and, and peace is suspicious. Trauma will have you defending people who hurt you and pushing away people who love you. And when you mix trauma with fame, whew, Lord have mercy. Yo, that's a cocktail nobody should be drinking. All right. But people slip. All right. People, how can I say? People sip it, all right, like it's lemonade, and then wonder why everything, tastes better. That shit goes down like you just took a shot of tequila or some whiskey. How many of us are still making decisions from unhealed wounds? We got to be real with each other. We got to be honest with each other. But a lot of people can't be honest. All right. And let's be honest. All right. Some of y'all only judge Kevin Gates because he's loud with his flaws while you're quiet with yours. All right. And I'm speaking in general. If what I say offends you and it hurts your ego, the door, the door's right there. Just make sure the doorknob doesn't hit you with a good Lord split you. He just happens to have, how can I say, a microphone. You got, how can I say, you got the same issues, just fewer followers. The difference is he, how can I say, he owns his mess publicly. Some of y'all won't even admit your wrongs privately. And that's why these conversations matter. Because when we talk about him, we're really talking about ourselves. Why is it easier to judge someone else's mess than clean up your own shit? My bad. Let me start getting, in the habit of saying it like this. Instead of cleaning your own feces. Right? So today, we're not here to bash nobody, just like every other day. We're not here to pick sides or drag names. We're here to talk about humanity, accountability, healing in the way trauma shapes relationships. The link's down below. If anybody wants to come and chop it up, based on what we're talking about. We're here to talk about how people evolve, how they break, how they rebuild, and how they try again. Because at the end of the day, Kevin Gates is just another human being trying to figure it out, just like us. And if we can't, how can I say, extend grace, at least let's extend honesty. What does real healing look like to you? Not the Instagram version, all right? But the real healing from deep within inside, the one you had to, shut everyone out of in order for you to figure out who you really is, who you really are. My bad. right? And let me ask y'all this, and I'm gonna ask it in the form of a poll because I'm not writing this poll in 5 different chats, right? So listen, before I continue, before I even say this, let me give a big shout out to those that are out there on Twitch. All right, shout out to those that, if anybody's watching on my backup channel, all right, because I'm trying to get that channel up and started, so that way me and my daughter could do the reviews and reactions over there, different reviews from and reactions from over here, and upload a little TikTok dances up there, and I'm going to do lives over there, just going to be a little different from over here. All right, so so if y'all, if anything, just make sure y'all go check out Writers for Life, Brings It All 2.0. All right. But shout out to anybody that's coming through, anybody that's in the chat. But let me ask y'all this, right? Which part of this conversation hits you the most? Trauma and relationships, accountability, public versus private healing, or judging celebrities too quickly? For me, I feel as though that when it comes to a lot of people, right, and I'm just speaking in general, all of the above, that's what hits a lot of people, right? And I'm not saying that it has to be specifically you, the person that's watching. Once again, right, I'm just speaking in general. Listen, today's world is not yesterday's world, right? The love from yesterday is not the love that's being given today.
In the old days, love was pure and true. Now it's just a show for all to view. People use it for their own gain, leaving hearts in sorrow and pain. Once a sacred bond, now just a game. Hearts are broken, never quite the same. Love used to be a beacon bright, now it's lost in the shadows of the night. Oh, how we long for those days of yore, when love was honest forevermore. But now it's twisted, tainted and cruel, leaving us drowning in an endless pool. What can we do? In the spiritual world, all seems bright, but shadows lurk in the dead of night. Half of humanity wears a wicked guise, evil deeds hidden behind virtuous eyes. Beneath the surface, in darkness lies, massive deceit veiling their lies. In this realm where good and evil collide, the line between them is blurred, hard to decide. So tread carefully in this world so grand, for not all that glitters is gold in the sand. In the spiritual realm where illusions endure, evil and good dance in eternal obscure. Just imagine that. Karma doesn't ask you how you want it. It just comes and take it. So be careful how you treat others on your way up the ladder, because your way down, trust me. In a world of empty stares, fake love fills the air. Sincerity's distant glare, leaving hearts in deep despair. Truth is lost in a web of lies, hiding behind deceitful eyes. Love that fades and slowly dies, leaving us with heavy sighs. Aching souls in a loveless land, yearning for a genuine hand, but fake love rules with cruel demand, leaving us to understand. In this age of like and retweets, we've forgotten what real love truly means. It's not just about show and tell, but a feeling that makes our hearts swell. It's hard to know who's true and who's fake in a world where appearances are hard to shake. But real love is deeper than a profile pic. It's in the way that someone makes your soul click. So let's not get lost in the digital haze. Let's remember what real love truly conveys. It's not about followers or online fame, but a connection that sets our hearts aflame. In this world of make-believe, they all wear a smile, but behind the scenes, it's just a clever guys, puppets in their show, dancing in their stage. We're all just pieces of their charade. Beneath their mask of joy lies the tangled web, where secrets and deceits are carefully bred. Their lovey-dovey act is just for display. We're all caught up in their twisted play. So let's break free from this illusion so grand, and see through the facade with hearts unplanned. No longer pawns in their game of charade. Let's find our own path and not be swayed. I feel like I'm surrounded with people with strings attached to their back, waiting for their master's command. It's like when I was little, right, and I was reading Pinocchio. Every time that he told a lie, his nose grew. It's just that, in real life, their noses don't grow. Karma just catches. In the shadows we seek, a love so pure and meek, but all that's left is a ghostly echo, a memory bleak, longing for a bond that's true in this world so cold and weak, yearning for the love we knew before the all turned antique, lost in illusions of affection, bleeding like the mist, hollow hearts yearn for connection in a realm dismissed, seeking solace in echoes of the past where love truly exists, but all we find are mere reflections of what love once kissed. Amidst the ruins of our hearts, we search for something real, yet all we grasp are faded echoes of what used to appeal in this world where love has become just a commodity to steal. It's just a little food for thought.
That's some real shit. And that's the best way that I could put it, yo. For real, for real. Is in a poem. But all right, y'all, man. Before we even get into this review, right, and reaction, let me set the tone real quick, all right? Because some of y'all be acting like y'all walked in here by accident. The link is in the chat. If you want to come up, say something, chop it up with a shorty, cool. But understand this, we grown. We talk about real things here. We laugh, we joke, we roast. But when it's time to be serious, we don't play. So if you hit that link, come correct. Don't hop up, don't hop up here acting like you forgot, right, that you got home training. I don't know why do people, let me put it like this, right? Why do people volunteer to speak publicly but forget basic respect the moment they get a mic? I would love for someone to answer that. Like, let me be very clear, all right? This is a conversation, not a debate stage. I'm not here to argue with nobody's ego, nobody's trauma, nobody's imaginary degree from YouTube University. If you can't talk without interrupting, if you can't listen without getting triggered, if you can't handle a different perspective without, how can I say, combusting like a cheap firework, baby, stay in the chat. Don't come up here embarrassing yourself. All right. Like I've had that before. That's why I stopped dropping links a long time ago. All right. Let me ask y'all, why do some folks, all right, hear disagreement as disrespect? But I don't know. It is what it is. All right. And listen, if you can't keep it respectful, you can absolutely exit. All right. Exit stage left. All right. I'm talking Beyonce at the Coachella. I can't even say that shit right sometimes. All right. Stage left. Just make sure the doorknob doesn't hit you with a good Lord split you. Because one thing I'm not doing tonight is babysitting grown people who don't know how to act. I'm not your mama. I'm not your parole officer. I'm not your emotional support human. Damn. Why do people stay in spaces they clearly don't vibe with? People have a tendency of doing that. They go in places where they feel so uncomfortable, and I don't know why. But the same goes for anybody who gets offended by something I say, something my guest says, or something that the chat says. If you feel offended, just leave. It's free. It costs $0. All right, to log off. Read the room. If the energy ain't for you, don't force it. I promise you, the internet is big enough for you to find a corner where everybody agrees with you. If only I knew why people, stay somewhere just to be mad. I can't be in a place where it gives me that vibe where I gotta be mad all the time. That feeling, that angry feeling. See me, if I walk into a space and I feel unwanted, unwelcome, or just straight up irritated, I'm gone. I don't need a sign, right? A warning or a prophecy. I don't need nobody to escort me out. I know how to remove myself. Some of y'all will stay in a room where everybody is side-eyeing you while how can I say, they side-eyeing you like, how can I say, like the plot twist in a horror movie. That shit couldn't be me. I don't know why, some folks refuse to leave even when the vibe is screaming, go home, Roger. All right. And let's be honest, all right. Half the time, the people who get offended weren't even listening. All right. They heard, how can I say, one sentence. They filled in the rest in their imagination, and now they're mad at the version of me that doesn't even exist. Like, baby, argue with the person in your head, not me. I'm over here sipping water and minding my business. I feel like SpongeBob, man. I was just over here just jellyfishing, like minding my business. Shit. Like, why do people create whole arguments in their head and then bring them to you? But I'm saying all this because I want, tonight's conversation to be real. I want to be, honest. I want to be grown. We're, about to get into this review, this reaction, this whole situation. And I don't want nobody derailing the vibe because they, come in here looking for a fight instead of a conversation. We're here to talk, not tussle. Why do people show up to conversations already They're already ready to swing. Like, do I look like fucking Mike Tyson to you or Clarissa Shields? Shit. So before we dive in, let me remind y'all, this space is for clarity, not chaos, for dialogue, not drama, for understanding, not ego battles. If you can handle that, stay. If you can't, leave. Simple. Now, let's get into this review because, baby, I got thoughts, and y'all know once I start, I don't stop. What do you think makes a conversation truly productive? Let's talk about it. All right. Like, let me ask y'all this, right? And I'm not doing this no more in the form of a poll, man. I don't want to keep writing in different chats. How should we handle disrespectful guests tonight? Kick them out immediately, give one warning, let the chat decide, ignore them and keep the show going? What should we do? I think I'm going to put this, right, through the StreamYard so I can go through all the chats. And I'm going to leave this up for a little bit. All right? Hey. All right, so let's hear what Kevin Gates got to say.
I was so depressed, I just needed something to cope. I ain't want to live. I don't got to shot myself in the head before. I got a bullet in my head.
That's the right one?
All my life, been grinding all my life. Sacrifice, hustle, pay the price.
You know what? I've seen a lot of times that before we let's go ahead. You know what? You asked me what this was.
What is it?
This is my cognac. It's called Shay by Le Portier. It's a VSOP. In order for it to be a cognac, it has to originate 2 years. Very special old pale. 4 to 6 years. Sometimes it stays in a bottle. It can go up to 8 years. So I know you drink cognac, but I want to know. Give me your honest opinion right here on camera.
I don't.
You don't drink?
Mm-mm.
Well, I drink. Well, I do now. But you got water down there by your
I might
you want water or anything like that. We have water.
Thank you, Papa.
Kev, I see a lot of your interviews that there have been some, not all, but some you like to start with a prayer. You want to lead us in a word?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. Almighty God, creator and maker of the heavens and earth, thank you for all the wonderful blessings in which you bestowed upon us in this life and in the hereafter. As you forgive us for all our sins, we forgive those who sin against us. We seek refuge with you, for there is no refuge from you but to you. Thank you for clothing us without the use of ourselves and feeding us without the use of ourselves. That anything that is said today that brings upliftment to people come from you and you alone. And let anything that is considered to be, I guess, offensive, let it be from me and the shaitan. I mean.
Amen.
Appreciate that. Wow. So the first was in Arabic?
Yeah.
So when did you learn to speak Arabic?
I don't know. I just kind of like been hearing it all my life.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I was brought up in this shit.
Born in New Orleans, but you was raised in Baton Rouge.
Yes, sir.
Take us back to your childhood. Do you have any favorite childhood memories?
Oh, dude. We have one child.
My grandparents.
Mm-hmm. It's funny that you say that. I was raised by my grandparents. So let me ask you this, because my parents were in Chicago. My grandparents reared us and reared, whatever you want to say, in South Georgia. So you said your grandparents, they raised you. Were your parents around? Did you see them?
When I could.
What do you mean when you could?
My mama had me kind of young.
Yes.
And It's crazy that you asked me this type of question. Nobody ever asked me that. But my mother just came, I think that was last year. She just came to my house out here in California for the first time last year. We had a very a strange relationship.
Okay.
So to say.
You estranged from your mom.
And she told me that, not to get off subject, but she told me that my healing journey is what made her go on her healing journey.
Wow.
And I told her, I say, she broke down when I told her this. I say, Mama, you ain't make no mistake when you had me.
I got to pause him right here. Damn. Kevin Gates is 40 years old. You know something I noticed? That a lot of people born in the 80s was raised by their grandparents and not their parents. I wonder why. I'm a little curious, all right? Like, listen. I heard the first 30 minutes of this the first time, all right? That's all I've watched of this, all right? And I've seen clips around. So the rest after 30 minutes of this, all right, listen, it's going to be nothing but raw reactions because we reviewing and reacting to this together, all right? Like, I had to wait. Like, listen, I told Mr. Oates I was going to wait for him. Whether he's here or not, we're going to do it today, though. So, listen, this is wow. I mean, this is a question that I do have for, a lot of people, like, that were born in the 80s. Why is it that the grandparents were raising a lot of kids in the 80s and not the parents? I mean, I don't know. I was born in 89, but I was raised in the 90s, all right? But it was my mom raising me. My grandpa was coming from PR over here to visit us every year. At least once a year, he was down here faithfully. So I'm just curious.
I say, you ain't make no mistake when you had me. I say, if you think about it, you gave birth to a living legend. And she broke down.
Interesting that you said
Not to
that.
get out. I hope I answered your question.
You did. Raised by your grandparents. What are some of the lessons that your grandparents taught you?
Always being respectful. That was the biggest thing, being respectful. Hard work.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot. I'm gonna get emotional, but it's a lot. Well, it's crazy that the voice inside me that talk to me, that motivate me, it sounds like my grandfather talking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you gonna work, go to work. If you gonna stay at home, stay at home. But if you stay at home, don't ask for no money. It's like that voice be inside me. Like, when I get to the gym, sometimes I don't want to work out. Hey, that flow ain't gonna push yourself. What you gonna do? You gonna get it done, or you gonna stay at all day? Like, it just like it's when he died, it's like his spirit, like, or energy or whatever, just went inside me.
Wow. You mentioned that it was very, very hard. I was raised, me and my brother and sister was raised by.
It's crazy. It's true, though. I'm not going to sit here and lie. It's crazy hearing Kevin talk about his grandfather because it hit me, in a place I wasn't expecting. It reminded me of mine. That voice that says in the back of your, head, even when you think you're grown and know everything, half the time I still hear him guiding me, checking me, reminding me who I am and what I stand for. And the wild part is, when I was younger, I didn't understand half the things he was trying to teach me. I thought he was just talking, but now that life's done punched me, in the chest a few times, I get it. Wisdom don't always hit you, when it's spoken. Sometimes it hits you years later when you finally how can I say, when you're finally ready to receive it. Like, let me ask y'all, whose voice still guides you even when you're not around? I mean, not you. Even when they're not around. I'm so sorry. Because my grandfather's not here, man. May he, have peace and paradise. Neither is my mom. May they both have peace and paradise. Now, my grandma, when it comes to my grandma, I can't speak on her, all right, the same way. I didn't really meet her until after my mom passed. And to be honest, I don't like her. And that's okay, all right? That's okay to say out loud. Not every family member is meant to be, loved just because they share blood. Some people show you who they are too late, and by then, the damage is already done. People love to romanticize family, but sometimes family, is the first, place you learn disappointment. I don't know why, but let me ask y'all, Why do we force ourselves to love people who never showed up for us? I constantly tell that to people. Like, I don't understand that. Oh, somebody answered my question. Shout out to Reality Set. The Reality Set, I'm not sure it was, can't see. I think it's a guy. All right, shout out to Reality Set. I'm gonna say they just in case because I can't see, but I think it's a guy, but it could be, you know, somebody having a picture of someone they care about. I'm not sure. But they say the 80s on down was the struggling era. So everyone was doing anything and everything to get the money. And the crack was fueling the growth of penitentiary. Okay. I didn't know that. I mean, I know about it being the crack era. You see where I'm coming from? I know about the crack era. But the way you putting it down, I was like, damn, but I'm still trying to figure out, like, how is it that the kids end up being raised by grandparents? But then it's kind of like, I think I'm getting what you're saying. All right. I think I'm getting what you're saying. But I'm not sure if we're on the same page. And I think if I'm not mistaken, right, I think Kevin Gates' dad, if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if he was sick or he was on. We're gonna hear for ourselves. I don't want to put my mouth in my foot in my mouth, right? But I know that I think he had issues with his mom, and it was more, because when it came to the mom situation, if I'm not mistaken, it was like a preference thing. Why she wasn't there when he was a kid, I don't know. I guess we're gonna find out.
Grandparents, but I got an opportunity to experience my grandmother. For me and my brother and sister was raised by grandparents, but I got an opportunity to experience my grandmother for 43 years. I had my grandfather for about 8, and it was very difficult. And people always ask you, well, Shannon, how did you get over you losing your grandmother? I said, you don't get over it. You just get better at dealing with it as time passes. As your grandmother, how old were you when your grandmother passed?
I forgot. It was emotional for me. I was about to go on stage. I was in I went back to Baton Rouge to do a concert.
Okay.
And they called me. They said, they say your grandmother just died.
Oh wow.
And I left.
Did you perform?
I still performed that night. I left the venue and I kind of took a picture, but they had to, like, her jaw. It's a long story. Anyway, I took a picture, but I covered her mouth when I took the picture. And I was like, that was my last, like, memory of her, like, seeing her. And the internet had ridiculed me for it. They said I was trying to show off a watch, a little pussy-ass watch. Like, I ain't want to show my grandmother without her dentures in her mouth.
Right.
Like, I was still being respectful.
Do you remember the last conversation you had with your grandmother?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. Excuse me, please.
I'm dead. Wait a minute, Kevin. What's going on? You just call him yes, ma'am? Hold up. Wait a minute. No, he didn't. Yes, he did, Ray. Yes, he did. You just hold up. You call Shay, ma'am?
Had with your grandmother?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir. Excuse me, please forgive me.
You good? What was that conversation?
She told me she loved me and she was proud of me and she was glad I was home from jail.
Yeah, pick up that cigar. I can't.
Yep.
Were you your grandmother's favorite?
I'm everybody's favorite. Say, I'm everybody's favorite. Though. Nah, though, I was her favorite, though.
I could tell. You said the very first woman to ever break your heart was your mother. The only woman to love me was my grandmother. What was the relationship? You mentioned that your mom came out here for the first time last year, that she had been to see you in your new residence here in California. What was the relationship like with your mom growing up?
She was young and she did the best that she could. But I guess the best thing that she ever did was let me go stay with my grandmother.
Wow.
She did the best she could.
You feel she did the best that she could now as you gotten older?
As I gotten older, yeah.
Kevin must have been rebellion just like I was when I was younger. I'm telling y'all, he must have been rebelling towards his mom, just like I was. Whatever they was going through over there, we're gonna find out in a minute. All right, he must have been rebelling. All right, because this is the second time I'm hearing this part right here, and I don't know. It's kind of like, I don't know. Was you rebelling to the point where your mom said, "Nah, you gotta go stay with your grandma."
At the time, you didn't think she was doing the best she could.
I used to hate her. Wow. I used to hate my mother.
Hate's a strong word, Kev.
And I used to hate my mother.
What was it? What wasn't she doing? Or what did you think she could have done better at that time as a child? Obviously, now you know more. You're a parent yourself. I think you're a parent yourself, but you know what it entails to be a mother or a father. So what do you think your mother could have done differently, even at the young age?
Nothing. There's nothing that she could have did different. And most people that I talk to, they ask me being an overachiever, where it come from. And I just not diagnosed and got to the root of it doing the inner work. It come from my mother. And please, if they watching, don't look at me. Y'all, I love y'all. But the truth of the truth is, I was the black sheep, and the favoritism was shown to her other children.
Good.
So me being an overachiever, I'm gonna show you how great I am. I took on like the persona of Muhammad Ali. I'm gonna show you how great I am. I'm gonna show you how great I am. And I believe it came from me feeling as if she was showing her other children favoritism because she married their daddy.
That could be true.
And I didn't feel like I belonged in that unit.
Did you feel because she married their dad and not your father that there was like, well, what was wrong with my dad? Why we couldn't be a family?
No, I never felt like that.
Okay.
I never felt like that. I just felt like I got treated different.
Right. Because you weren't the father's biological son.
I don't think so. I mean, listening to it, I don't think it was because he was the father, that he wasn't the father's biological son. I don't know what is it. This is not the first time me hearing this. And shout out to Reality Set, all right? Because what he said down here in the chat, all right, it's something I've heard before too, and I've heard men say this, all right? He's actually answered my question. So while I got this pause, I'm gonna take a minute and read it, all right, guys? I have to. Listen, I gotta pay attention. I gotta pay attention because he answered that question, all right? All right, Reality says the 80s on down was, the struggling era. So everyone was doing anything and everything to get to the money. And the crack was fueling the growth of the, penitentiary. Back then at 14, you being in the streets, you was considered grown. This is why a lot of kids was messing with adults and no one said anything about it. It was normal. And I'm glad he's saying this. A lot of people are scared to answer my provocative questions, man. And he's really having a conversation with me in the chat, man. Shout out to Reality Set, yo. Shout out to him. I know I'm going to enjoy this live today. All right, we have more people like this in the chat having conversations like this. Yes. We going to enjoy this live today. We didn't think that we were going to make it to 21, so we did it. Whatever we wanted to, and a lot of our parents was on drugs and in jail back then. We grew up confused. And hustlers of that almighty dollar. That's some real lesson. It's not my first time hearing men say this. All right. Damn. I had to hear myself. It's not my first time hearing men say this. Women, what was it like for y'all in the 80s growing up? Hold up. Wait a minute. What was it like for the women? Was it the same way? Blessings. We got Purple Heart Podcast 2.0 in the building. Make sure y'all go check her out. Great conversations, great topics. Oh, let me press play. All right, let's listen. Let's finish listening to this real quick. All right, and then I'll give some more commentary. I do got to pause it. It's not my video. All right, I don't want to strike. I got to give a commentary. Y'all want to see, the interview to its full totality without no commentary, without no link drop, and stuff like that? Go watch Club Shay, all right?
Did she treat you different?
Me and him platinum.
Wow.
Me and him platinum.
So what was it about your boy? Hold on. Your mom birthed all of those other kids also. So what was the difference?
Looking at it from where I'm at right now,
Okay.
I'll say that we all had different requirements and different needs that needed to be met.
Okay.
And me being born gifted, I don't think that they was equipped to be able to be there for me the way that I needed them to be there. They did the best they could, though.
Did your mom, what type of relationship did your mom have with your father?
I really don't know. They was cool, though.
Okay.
It was cool.
Because it's interesting that, but you said, how old were you when you finally brought it upon yourself? So you know what? It's too heavy of a burden to bear. I got to let it go. My mom, as you said, she did the best she could with the knowledge that she had and the resources that she had. I got to let this go because this ain't her weighing on her. This is weighing on me.
Nah, it's weighing on her too.
Is it?
Yeah, she carry a lot still to this day.
Have you ever told her that, Mom, I felt that when I was a kid, you treated my brothers and sisters different than you treated me?
Yeah, we talked about everything.
What did she say?
I don't really remember what she said, but this last time she came and got to see her grandkids was like, it was healing for the both of us. I slept in the bed with her and everything.
Wow.
Like I returned to that toddler and
that child.
I returned. Yeah, I was healing my inner child, nurturing my inner child, and it was beautiful.
I don't know if you saw the last episode I had Ryan Davis on, and he had a very.
All right, he's about to switch it up to something else. All right. So listen. Before they enter this new topic they're about to enter, I think, if I'm not mistaken, right? So when Kevin said he hated his mom when he was younger, I understood that more than I expected to. Right? Not because I hated mine, I didn't, but I was angry. Angry she didn't listen, angry that she didn't understand, angry that she couldn't see me the way, I needed to be seen. And sometimes that anger sits in, it sits in you for years, like, because you don't have, how can I say, the words to explain it, and they don't have the ears to hear it. How many of us grew up feeling, unheard by the people we needed the most? Right? And let's be real, right? A lot of parents have favorites. They'll deny it, but the kids know. You can feel when, one child gets more attention, more patience, more love, more grace. And that kind of, how can I say, imbalance, it breeds resentment. It makes you feel like you're fighting for, a spot in your own family. So when Kevin talked about that preference thing, I felt that because that kind of hurt doesn't just disappear. It follows you into adulthood. Why do parents act like, kids can't feel favoritism? You see where I'm coming from? Shit, I remember growing up because I was the oldest. I was the one that had to babysit, even though she paid me. She paid me. I'm not going to lie. All right, she paid me, right? But that's not the point. You see where I'm coming from? It was like, even though she paid me for me babysitting, I was the one stuck with the chores. I was the one that had to cook. It was like, I don't know. And when I got older, I realized that it was because I had more responsibility. They was able to trust me more than my siblings, right? And I didn't understand that when I was younger. If only they could break it down, but they don't. Sometimes they don't. Some parents do. And shout out to the ones that do. All right? But it's wild the things that cross kids' heads when they feel like they're the black sheep of the family. But listen, by the time my mom finally wanted to listen, really listen, all right, it was too late. I didn't need her anymore, but she needed me. And that's a different kind of pain. It's like, the roles reversed at the wrong time. I had already built myself without, her guidance, without her understanding, without her presence in the way I needed it. And when she finally reached out for me, I was already standing on my own. Like, what do you do when the apology comes after the damage and it's already done? You see where I'm coming from? So when I look at Kevin Gates and the way he moves with women, I see a man trying to fill a void he never got filled at home. That's not an excuse, all right? It's an observation. Some people, listen, some people chase love in every direction because they never got it at home, all right? They never got it from the source. They look for, mothering and partners, validation and strangers, comfort and chaos. And it's a vice versa thing. It's a vice versa thing. Real shit. When when you mix that with fame, temptation, trauma, and a lifestyle that, that don't allow you to, how can I say, sit still long enough to heal, baby, baby. That's a recipe for emotional confusion. How many of us have looked, for love in the wrong places that were never meant to hold us? Like, let me get off this screen. All right, ain't nobody saying nothing in the chat. So let me get back onto the screen and continue to say so I can, what I'm going to say so I can press play. But listen, guys, listen. I think he really has something with Dreka, something real, something grounding. But that lifestyle, that spotlight, that pressure, it can break even the strongest bond. And sometimes love ain't enough when the world is pulling you in every direction. All right, in every direction but home. I hope he keeps his head up, right? Because you can tell, he's searching for something deeper than fame. He's searching for peace, for identity, for healing. The same thing a lot of us are searching for, right? Like, why is it so hard to hold on to love when you're still healing yourself? And it happens to everybody.
Strained relationship with his mom. I mean, he still, if you saw
from my inner child.
last episode, I had Ryan Davis on, and he had a very strained relationship with his mom. I mean, he still does, and he commented that, since that interview that we did, we took that sometime in like late October, early November. But he said he spent Christmas with his mom and his kids. And his mom had his first child at 13. She had 4 kids by the age of 19. So obviously, you said your mom was very young when she had you.
It's similar.
And he said, in talking to people, he said sometimes that when you have a child at such a young age, you kind of stop developing.
You still a child.
Yeah.
You still a child.
Which is not equipped.
I raised you. With all due respect. I'm teaching my mother. I've been gifted as a child. I don't know why I'm about to tell you this, but damn, I can't believe I'm about to speak on this. I got a cousin named Tyree. I was laying in bed with my mom one night. I say, Mom, what if Tyree daddy go in the house and kill his mama and shoot Dez and kill himself? She said, why you think that? Why would you say that? And the next day it happened. I've been gifted. I used to think something was wrong with me.
Ain't nothing wrong with you. Listen, ain't nothing wrong with a lot of us, all right? It's just that some of us, listen, I didn't understand it, right, when they was telling me when I was younger. And I used to always wonder why, like, listen, why? Because, listen, when the things that happened to me, I used to try, I was suicidal. I tried to take my life a few times. And I always asked that one question: why am I still here? I did things that, if anybody else would have did, they wouldn't be here today. And it's true. And people used to say, there's a purpose for you in this life. You just haven't figured it out yet. There's nothing that you're going to do in this world that's, that's going to, that is going to be able to take you from this world, because you have a purpose in this world. And I'm trying to figure out, like, what's so special about me? Other people did exactly what I did, and in seconds they was gone. You see where I'm coming from? So I understand Kevin Gates and exactly where he's coming from. Hola, ¿cómo tú estás?
I don't even know why I'm telling you this. I never spoke on this before. I regret that I spoke on what happened with the car battery. Then everybody came back and apologized. Kevin Gates was telling the truth. But I believe that to tell the truth out of season is worse than telling a lie. I don't even know why I said that. It was just on my spirit to say that.
I read your father passed of AIDS.
Yeah.
Was he gay? Was he an IV drug user? How did
Okay, so he didn't pass away from drugs. He passed away from AIDS, and it must have been from a needle.
Did you ever find a high contact
needle? Yep.
When you did you know at the time that he had died of AIDS, or you found that at a later date in time?
He never lied to me about nothing.
So he told you. Did you see the effects that the AIDS? I mean, I haven't met anybody that had that virus, but I hear the ravage of the effect.
It's an autoimmune deficiency, and in those times, that's what made me get into like holistic medicine.
Okay.
And he was so beautiful. If you could have seen my dad, he was beautiful. But that's crazy you asked me that. No, nobody ever asked me this. I was with him. Like for a long time up until he passed. I was with him. He taught me a lot of beautiful lessons. And if I could go back in time, it's sad what I'm about to say. I could have cured him.
You think so?
I know so.
But you didn't know what you knew.
I ain't Dr. Sebi or no shit like that. I ain't trying to act like that, but I could have cured him. He the one made me take health so serious.
Yeah, I ain't gonna sit here and lie. Kevin Gates reminds me of my fiance, my baby pops right now, yo. I swear to God, he thinks he's like this real guy walking on earth. Yo, he just said he could have cured his dad, but he wasn't Dr. Sebi. It kind of reminds me of that young bull, right? I haven't heard from him. I forgot what his name was. There was this little young bull that figured out how to cure, I think it was lupus, if I'm not mistaken, with oregano leaves and I forgot what else it was. It was a little concussion that he did. And that joint went viral and it disappeared a little. And it disappeared out of nowhere. Like where the hell did the video go? What happened to the young bull? You see where I'm coming from? But it's crazy because he ain't the first person I hear talk like this. For real. And even though, you know, Kevin Gates has his up and downs, one thing that I do know that he takes seriously is his herbals, all right? For real. Like his little proteins and all that stuff. He takes his health seriously lately. Before, man, Kevin Gates was chunky, yo. See, my baby pops got a good chunky on him. But Kevin Gates was looking like someone's dyke sister at one point, all right? No offense, all right? No disrespect, Kevin, all right? I love all your music, all right? And I love Dreka, but I just had to say it. I'm sorry.
Prior to that, you didn't take health seriously.
I was a kid.
Right.
So he was explaining to me about how this go. I watched him die. Well, I done watched a lot of people die, but I watched him die.
To see someone go through that painful death and to see it as a child, that's my father. And I know my father's going to die. I know my father's going to leave here. What did that do to you as a child?
Maybe I suppressed it. I don't really know. But I was already in the streets then. He died when I was 17. But I used to pull up on him and go talk to him. Yep.
How important is fathers in sons' lives? Even daughters, but I'm just going to take it from your perspective.
I'm approaching 40 years of age on paper. I say on paper because I don't feel 40.
Right.
And I do shit that I couldn't do when I was like 16.
Right.
I'm dead.
Like, I still do backflips and all that.
Right.
1, 2, 3 hit a back was free. I still do that. I still do yoga, still work out. I still run fast and all that. But I'm approaching close to 40 years of age.
Okay.
And to this day, the inner child in me, I had to really do the inner work and heal it. I used to get jealous when I see somebody spending time, a real father spending time with his children. And then I got to the point where I saluted now. Like I walk up and shake somebody hand. I was just on Rodeo and dude was like, hey, it's okay if my daughter take a picture. I said, this your daughter? I shook his hand. I said, you're a good father. You're a good man. He was like, thank you. So shout out to all the good fathers out there. I know y'all might feel like y'all going to appreciate it, but I appreciate y'all.
Did you miss that as a child?
Yeah.
But he was in your life in some capacity, right?
Yeah.
What made you turn to the life that you turned to if he was in your was he not in your life enough?
He was in the streets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was in the streets.
Yeah. Listen, I ain't gonna deny. At the end of the day, Kevin Gates is, he's just someone. How can I say? How can I put it into words? Right. At the end of the day, Kevin Gates is just another human being. All right, trying to figure out life while carrying childhood wounds that never got stitched up. All right, and honestly, so am I. So are you. So are most of us. We're all walking around with stories we never told, pain we never processed, and love we never received. All right. And maybe that's why, conversations like this matter. Because when you talk about him, we're really talking about ourselves, the things that we do on a daily. All right. What part of your childhood still shows up in your adult relationship today? And that's a question I'm asking to the chat or to anybody that's catching the replay. All right. Listen, man, leave your comments down below if you're catching the replay and let's get the conversation started.
Well, to be honest, coming from Louisiana, it's very poverty-stricken place. So either it ain't really too much to do there but die or go to jail. They have more people locked up in Louisiana than anywhere else in the country. Wow. So
the big game is almost here, and there's no better way to cash in during America's biggest sporting event than Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. And since the big game is right around the Prize Picks, it feels good to be right. I saw that you did an interview with Mike Tyson, and you revealed for the first time, you never revealed this before, that you were sexually assaulted.
Yeah, I was sexually victimized.
So
let me pause this and let me get this out. Listen, not everybody comes from the kind of environment Kevin Gates comes from, or, how can I say, the kind most of us come from. And that's why some people can't understand why trauma takes time to heal. All right. They look at pain like it's a switch you can just turn off. But when you grow up, in chaos, when you grow up in survival mode, when you grow up learning how to protect yourself before you ever learn how to love yourself, healing ain't instant healing. All right. It's a whole journey. Healing is a fight. Healing is a choice you got to make every day. Even on the days, how can I say, you don't feel strong enough to choose it. All right. Listen, let me ask y'all, why do people expect instant healing from wounds they never had to survive? And I'm talking about those looking in, trying to criticize, someone that, how can I say, they can never even walk a mile, in their shoes, let alone bear the cross that they hold.
I've heard people say, what's so traumatic about this? Not only is the child robbed of his youth and his innocence, but when he or she tells the person that's in charge of protecting that youth and innocence, they go unheard. They're not believed.
That was one of the reasons that me and my mother had a, disagreement. That's one of the reasons. Like, we told you what happened to us.
So it was multiple. It wasn't just you.
Nah, it was. I'm gonna say me. It's
okay.
Me.
Okay.
I'm gonna take. I'm gonna take.
You
I'm gonna take the beating for the friend. But yeah, I told you what happened to me.
Yeah. Why don't you? And it's interesting because Clarissa Shields was on here. She said the same thing that she told, and they didn't believe it, and she ended up going to stay with her.
With Mike Tyson, it was the things that he told me off camera that was so beautiful. Like, that dude is one of the most beautiful people.
Mm-hmm.
I was like shocked. Like, if you look at the interview, I was just like kind of in a daze because it was the conversation we had off camera.
Right.
Then when we got on camera, I'm like, man, this dude deep.
Right.
And that's when he was like, that's what turned me into a monster.
Mm-hmm.
Something bad happened to me.
And he said, it's never going to happen to me again.
It really forced me into being kind of like a vigilante kind of in a sense. Because I took like every type of martial arts you could think. My grandmother had me and all of that. And for a long time, and I hate what I'm about to say, for a long time, I exhibited a lot of violence out of fear. People salute me for a lot of stuff, but that was out of fear. That wasn't out of just me being no monster, no tough guy. That was fear.
Were you a teenager at the time?
Yes, sir.
Were you threatened?
When?
Did he, if you tell anybody that this has happened, or if you tell anybody that this happened, something might happen to you or someone?
He did.
He did?
Yeah, he out of here.
I guess I'll leave that alone.
I mean, it wasn't his fault.
I mean, that's the truth. I mean, I don't know how he, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, you don't know how?
Listen, man, what I could say is, man, that's one monster off these streets. You see where I'm coming from? Like, Lord knows what my monster is out here doing because he's free. Because there was a moment in time where my mom defended him, so they went and deported his Mexican ass. Right? And I don't have a thing with all Mexicans. Just the ones that, you know, how can I say, molest, abuse, and do things they shouldn't be doing to girls, boys, or women. That's it. That's why I'm against a lot of the immigrants that come here that, you know, are part. And I'm not saying, you know, the immigrants that come in here legally. I'm talking about the ones that come in here illegally, especially the ones that, you know, are part of gangs and much more.
He out of here.
Like I said, we'll move that along.
Yeah, he'll never do that to anybody again.
Facts.
That's the two things.
Listen, Kevin Gates ain't got to worry about what I got to worry about sometimes in the back of my head. And even though I survived, all right, and I faced my demons, I'm not going to sit here and lie. Sometimes I sit and wonder, like, damn, he's not behind bars. Technical difficulty and the motherfucker's walking. If only I would have spoke on time, they would have had enough evidence. If those times that my gut said scream from the top of your lungs, but you were so scared and you had the evidence in your hands, boy, but you can't turn back the hands of times. You can't even dwell on that. You see where I'm coming from? I'm older now. I can say that now. At that moment in time back then, I wasn't even thinking like that. I was thinking with hate in my heart and vengeance in my mind.
That's the two things. But then, you know, I might be shit. I don't want to say too much, but I really broke generational curses with that situation because people that came before me, they was raped.
Mm-hmm.
And it created the space for me to have with my children to where my children know don't nobody never touch you, that not even me.
Facts.
I had these open conversations with my children. They are equipped. I created a space for them to be able to tell their dad anything.
Be open and honest with you about any situation.
Anything.
Kev, you know what? Let me ask you this. How did you summons up the courage? Because I can assure you, you're not the first young boy that's ever had this happen. But a lot of young boys will suppress it. And
I created the space for men to be able to heal.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many men that come up to me and hug me and cry in the gym and tell me thank you, because I created a space. And I tell them, you was vulnerable then. We have built ourselves into machines to where we can protect the inner child. That's why I made that song, Protect Children. Mm-hmm. You're not supposed to hurt children.
Your song, molested inside my mom's home. She ain't believe me when I was young. There gonna be a lot of people that's gonna watch this.
After I made that song,
yes,
I ain't know how much trauma that I was holding. I cried for 2 weeks uncontrollably. My manager sitting back there, he the one recorded that song. I was in Puerto Rico. And when I did that song, I cried uncontrollably for like 2 weeks. 2 weeks straight. Then I went to the bathroom, and when I shit it just like
I'm dead.
Everything released. I was so tense all the time, just from you underwent trauma, and even going out here and applying pressure.
Hold on, guys.
You still don't. It don't never go away. But I think my snapping point was, damn, I hate to say who it was, but he pulled me to the side. He a monster too. He pulled me to the side. He was like, "Hey, are we gay?" I said, "I don't know. I don't know."
It's crazy to me.
And I remember that was the last time I kind of had a little bit of like before it went black.
Hold on 1 second, guys.
You don't remember anything after that?
No, I remember. I'm talking about before my humanity kind of got turned off toward predators. I don't respect those that pick on the weak. I just don't. I don't like bullies.
Is that why you stay to yourself now? That's why you don't like, look, I don't bother nobody. I don't want nobody bothering me because I don't want that person to ever show back up again.
And that's how it be. I gotta pause it right here to give my commentary. You're welcome. You're welcome. Shout out to No Go. I hope I said their name right. Shout out to him or her. I can't really see the picture right. So listen. Right? Let's talk about passed down trauma real quick, because that's real whether people want to admit it or not. Some of us were born into pain that wasn't even ours. All right. We inherit fear, anger, silence, survival instincts, and emotional patterns from people who never got the chance to heal themselves. All right. Trauma don't just live in memories. All right. It lives in behavior, reactions, and the way we love. And when you grow up in a family where nobody ever had the space or the tools to heal, you end up carrying bags that aren't, that ain't even yours. Let me ask y'all, how much of what you carry is actually yours and how much was handed to you? Right? Because even the people who got through trauma themselves don't always realize they can heal sometimes. Trauma breaks them before they before they ever get a chance to rebuild. Sometimes they think pain is normal because it's all they've ever known, and sometimes they don't even recognize the damage until they see someone else living a life they didn't know was possible. Healing requires awareness, and awareness requires safety. A lot of us never had either. When did you first realize you as a person, and I'm talking to everybody, when did you first realize that you as a person deserved better than what you grew up with? And it was when me personally, right? When I had my firstborn, I was pregnant at 16 and I gave birth at 17. Right? And it's crazy that my whole world changed. Me personally, I never changed who I was, but the things that I was doing, I put a cease to it, to all of it. All right. And now let's talk about this, because then you got, let's talk about this, because then you got, these systems, right? These so-called protective systems that swear they're here to help, how can I say they're here to help us. Schools, courts, foster care, police, social service, all these institutions that claim they're built to protect us. But half the time, they're the ones breaking us. They judge us, label us, punish us, and then act confused when we grow up angry, guarded, or lost. They don't see the human. They see the statistic. They don't see the drama. They see the behavior. How can a system claim to protect you when it never understood you? The system's not broken. The system is doing exactly what it's meant to do. We grow up being told to trust that system, right? To trust systems that were never designed for our survival. We grow up being told to be strong, be quiet, be grateful, be respectful, even when nobody is respecting us back. And then when we finally break down, when we finally snap, when we finally say, I can't do this no more, they call us dramatic, unstable, or ungrateful. Nah, man, we human too. We're hurting, we're tired, and we're tired of pretending that we're not tired. Why do people expect strength from us, but never, offer support? You see where I'm coming from? Like, I can go about this in so many ways. So yeah, all right. Healing takes real time, not social media time, not just get over it time, not pray it. How can I say pray it away time? Healing takes sitting with yourself, sitting with your pain, sitting with your truth, and unlearning. learning everything you were, taught just to survive. Healing means breaking cycles your parents couldn't break, your grandparents couldn't break, and sometimes your whole bloodline. They couldn't even break it. That's not weakness. That's courage when you break that cycle. What's the hardest cycle you've had to break in your own life? Me was learning that not all men are monsters and they're not all here to hurt you. And that being a parent means that you're supposed to rear your child, protect them. You see where I'm coming from? Teach them, right? Guide them until they're able to do all the things that they're, supposed to do, right? But a lot of parents forget that. They manipulate and control. So I had to learn, that as a woman, as a mother, once you're a parent, right, you have to change certain things about you. You see where I'm coming from? We'll get into that, another time. I've talked about it before, but we talk about Kevin, right? But I have to use me as an example. I don't like talking on other people or about other people. See where I'm coming from? If I can agree with him and use an example of my own experience, that's exactly what I'm going to do, right? And then, the truth is that nobody teaches us how to heal. We have to learn it ourselves. We have to figure out how to breathe again after years of holding everything in. We have to figure out how to love ourselves after being taught to put everyone else first. We have to, figure out how to trust after being betrayed by the very people who were supposed to protect us. Healing is self-taught, self-earned, and self-chosen, right? You can't force someone to heal, right? Or understand how to. Like, let me ask you, who taught you the most, about healing? Someone else on your, someone else, or or your own pain? For sure. So when I hear Kevin Gates talk about trauma, about his upbringing, about, the pain he carries, I get it. Because some of us grew up in an environment, right? Some of us grew up in an environment that, were meant to break us while pretending to protect us. And the fact that we're still here, still learning, still growing, still trying, that is strength. That's resilience. That's survival. And that's why conversations like this matters. Because healing ain't just personal, all right? It's generational. What's one thing you're healing from that your family never talked about? Me was how to overcome my demon. How to understand that there's people out there that will ride with you, right? Because at one point, I thought that everybody was against me. The whole world was against me, all right? That nobody understood what I was going through until I met my fiance. Real shit, all right? I had my son, and it's crazy that I started seeing a lot of men different because it's like I had my son and I started fighting, and it's crazy because I seen little boys getting misused, abused, mistreated, getting bullied. When my son was going to school, how I had to fight for his rights and much more. You see where I'm coming from? And what's crazy is that my daughter's father, my fiance, was there from the age of, since I was 21, all the way to today that I'm 36 years old. Right? My kid's father was deceased. He was there. Right? Like that man's been there through thick and thin. He was one of the first men that walked in my life, besides my grandfather, that he was there when I was young. All right. But he was one of the first men that walked into my life that showed me, listen, not all of us men are the same. You see where I'm coming from? All right. But we'll get into that, later on. But let me ask y'all this question in the form of a poll before I continue this video, before I hit play. All right. Do you believe generational trauma is real? Yes, no. Yes, but people don't, talk about it, or I'm still learning about it, or you're just not sure. And I feel as though that it is. It's real. Right? And one more poll question. All right. Which part of Kevin's story do you relate the most? The grandparent connection, the mother-parent wound, searching for love in the wrong places, sexual abuse, or trying to heal while still hurting? I would love to get y'all input on that. All right. So leave y'all comments down below. All right. Let's have this conversation. And let me give a shout out to Mike Turner. All right, for the jewels, I appreciate you. Damn, he flooded my chat with jewels. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, yo. I appreciate you. Shout out to Mike Turner.
Not really. That come from I'm so loyal and I'm such a beautiful person that I give my all. I give my all. Everything.
How important is it for mothers, fathers, people that's in authority to their child when they tell them something of this magnitude has happened?
It ain't about listening. You got to listen, but then you got to do something behind it. You got to do something about it. That child not going to know that they protected if don't nothing get dead. If don't nothing get dead, you just talking good as a bitch. What I utter with my mouth, my actions must prove. My children know. They done saw they dare to get out their character before. Everybody in this room has. Unfortunately, I hated that they had to see that. But men, as men, when you're a man, you do what you must. Fools do what they want, but men do what they must. I ain't know this conversation is gonna be like this, but this.
Oh, we gonna lighten up. But
I ain't trying to lighten up. This is healing for me.
Well, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Had your mom taken steps necessary, how different is your relationship with your mom?
It's beautiful. Because you got to think, when a parent hear that, that's the worst thing they want to hear.
Absolutely.
They being shocked. They don't know what to do.
Because I'm here to protect you, and I didn't protect you.
But, you know, my mom ain't, you know. I love my mom. But I hate what happened, but at the end of the day, it's beautiful because my pain turned into my purpose, and I'm healing the world through that. And like I say, that person, he stretched. So,
damn, Kev, you said like you proud of that.
I am.
I mean, shit.
The fuck?
Real shit.
Kev.
You touch your kid, you're supposed to die. Straight up. You right?
Yo, real shit, man. And y'all been following me for a while, man. Y'all know we building caskets up in this joint. Real shit, yo. Listen, as soon as we get the hoodies, right? I don't think we got the little picture here with my little hoodies on. Nope. I don't have it up in this joint. But we gonna get. Well, yes, we do. We building caskets up in this joint. All right. We building caskets. We can't see it. Damn. I don't got the right thumbnail on this joint, but we'll show y'all later, yo. But we got the hoodies, we got the shirts, man. Especially for, you know, all them predators. Rest in peace to all the predators, all right? We build caskets up in this joint. If anybody violates your kid, yo, man, I'm telling you, man.
You rape a woman, you supposed to die. Straight up.
Yeah, but that's not your purpose. That's not your
cool.
I thought we were gonna let him.
You rape a woman, you supposed to die. Straight up.
Yeah, but that's not your purpose. That's not your
cool.
I thought we were gonna let him handle that.
Who? Boy, God ain't put me here to be. God give me the strength to make sure this nigga, man, I want to stand over and give him everything I got. Yep. God, please let him be stretched. Because sometimes you give him everything you got, and they, you know, God don't take his hand off him. But if God take his hand off him, his feet going up in that L.
Facts.
His feet going up in that L. That's how that's supposed to go.
You get relief from that? You feel you...
What? If somebody molests my daughter, you gonna die. Or I'm gonna die trying. But I'm very resourceful.
You're resourceful.
Unfortunately. But if you touch one of my children, you're gonna
die. As we sit here...
It's supposed to be like that.
I'm with him, man. Listen, you touch one of my kids, I turn into Griselda Blanco. I don't give a fuck. I look beautiful in that orange suit.
What is your purpose? What did you learn from that? Have you been able to
No,
share?
I wasn't saying that was my purpose.
I'm saying
I
purpose now.
I turned my pain into purpose.
Yes.
Because I've been helping men that have been sexually victimized heal.
Okay.
Everybody ain't got it in them to watch a soul leave a body. Everybody ain't got that in them.
No.
And that ain't everybody. And I'm not saying that for everybody, but I'm just saying, like, you know, people that's healing. It's a lot of men that I watch go to the gym and work out, go. So your music helped me. Your music make this world a better place. And I was like, it's okay. I know I could look at somebody that it's a spirit that it's like a black class of spirit. When I watch people, I could look at somebody and tell if they've been sexually victimized. Yep. It's the energy that come with that.
Yep. Fact.
Kindred spirit?
I ain't gonna say a kindred spirit, but I could look at somebody that had been molested before or sexually victimized. And I see it. It's a hurt that come with it. It's unfortunate. But the way I explain it to them is I tell them, you know, that happened at a time when you was vulnerable. You're not vulnerable anymore.
Right.
All you have to do is protect the inner child and let the inner child come back out and thrive again.
How do you let them know it's okay to heal? What happened to you weren't your fault. Now it's time to, as you say, heal that inner child and be the man.
That's easier said than done, though.
Okay.
It's easier said than done. Like I did a lot of work, did a lot of inner work to get where I'm at. It wasn't easy for me. The first step is when I made that song. Everybody don't have a therapeutic release where they could make music.
Or write a poem or...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like I say, I cried for trouble after I made that song, but I released it. And then I was able to go on Mike Tyson interview and talk about that.
Wow.
And that was like, vulnerability is one of the strongest things you could ever exhibit as a man. Because, you know, you got to be tough. You got to be this. You got to be that. So.
But don't some view vulnerability as a weakness? You can be vulnerable but not be weak. You can be weak but not be vulnerable.
I'm being vulnerable right now.
Absolutely. But I don't think anybody that's watching this will see you as weak.
It takes more courage to be vulnerable than it do to be a tough guy. I'm going to always be vulnerable first.
Yeah, true that.
I'm only tough if I just got to be.
They pull that. Cause this Kev cool. He just want to, you know, get on a cigar, you know, drink a little water.
I'm not
drunk by 3 gallons a day.
I'm really a teddy bear though. But we just went down that path and I was just explaining it. And then, you know, I know a lot of people gonna watch this and I don't want to hurt no feelings because we healing like past relationships.
Yes.
And like, I'm in the process of healing my relationship with my mother and like, I love my mom.
Mm-hmm.
Like I tell her, I say, I'm grateful for you. You gave me life. We talk every day now.
Wow.
She talked to my new wife on the phone. Yep.
Kev, where did you want to be when you were a child?
I don't know. Probably a garbage man. I used to want to hang out the back of the truck.
Pause that, John, right there so I can give my commentary. Yo, Kevin funny as shit. He said probably a garbage man. But listen, now Kevin Gates got deep into his past, right? And he touches on something a lot of people are scared to even whisper about, let alone admit aloud. Right? And I've been talking about this for years. This ain't, you know, new to me. This ain't something I just woke up to and, you know, discovered. I've been saying it. We don't just got to watch our little girls. We got to watch our little boys too. Because predators don't discriminate. They don't care about gender. They don't care about innocence. They don't care about, you know, nothing but opportunity. And what I don't seem to ever get is why do people act like boys can't be victims too? I mean, it's not something that's been kept under the sun for years. Stories have been told for years. But I don't know. People love to pretend that little boys don't go through the same horrors little girls do. They act like boys somehow, you know, are immune to trauma, immune to manipulation, immune to abuse. And that is false. That is a lie society keeps repeating because it's easier to ignore male pain than to confront the truth, right? Boys get abused too. Boys get violated too. Boys get silenced too. And half the time, they don't even get believed. Why is male pain treated like a joke instead of, you know, a warning sign? And let's stop acting like this is something only priests do. No, men do this, women do this, teenagers do this, babysitters do this, family members do this, coaches do this, neighbors do it. All right. It happens daily, but people don't want to hear that part. They don't want to accept that predators come in all genders, all ages, all faces. Evil don't have a uniform. Why do we only picture one type of predator when the reality is that is so much, how can I say, broader than what we think? Some people ain't ready to receive this conversation because it forces them, to confront their own denial. It forces them to admit they ignored signs. It forces them to admit, they didn't protect someone. It forces them to admit that they, were victims themselves. And that's the part that, scares people. Not the truth, but the reflection. Let me ask y'all, what truth have y'all, have you avoided because it hits too close to home? I see we got some trolls up in the building. Lord have mercy. All right, listen, let's be real. Society teaches boys to man up, shake it off, don't cry, don't be weak. So when something traumatic happens to them, they don't even know how to process it. They think it's their fault. They think they're supposed to be strong. They think nobody will believe them. And half the time, they're right because people don't take male victims seriously. How many men do you think are walking around with unspoken trauma right now? Let's be real. Because of what society thinks or will say about them. But these are the conversations people avoid. And when boys grow up with that kind of pain, that kind of silence, that kind of shame, it follows them into adulthood. It shows up in their relationships, their anger, their trust, their issues, their emotional walls. It shows up in the way, in the way they love, the way they, detach, the way, how can I say, they protect themselves. Trauma don't disappear just because you hit a certain age. It grows with you. How does childhood trauma show up in adult behavior without people realizing it? The answer is right in front of our faces. With each one of these stories that we hear, whether it's a male or a female speaking on it, right, and explaining how they overcame that trauma, it leads back to the same. It leads back to the same thing. But people don't want to talk about it. So when Kevin Gates, speaks on this, I respect it because he's saying, what a lot of men are too scared to say. He's opening doors, all right? He's opening a door. Most people keep locked. And the sad part is some folks still won't listen. They'll brush it off, they'll laugh, they'll minimize it because accepting, male trauma means accepting that we failed a whole generation of boys. What I can't understand is why do people ignore the truth even when it's spoken directly to them? At the end of the day, we got to stop acting like this conversation is optional. It's necessary. It's overdue. And if people aren't ready to receive it, that's on them. But I'm going to keep, how can I say? I'm going to keep saying it. Kevin said it. I've been saying it. And I'll keep saying it until, people finally understand. Predators don't just target girls. They target boys too. And if we don't protect all our children, we're failing our children. What's stopping society from protecting boys the same way they protect girls? In my opinion, nothing. Except for, well, only a priest does this. That's not true. Let me ask y'all, right? And I'm going to put it in the form of a poll, right? Because I can't do this in 5 different chats. Do you believe society takes male victims seriously? Not at all. Only when it's extreme. Sometimes, but rarely. Yes, but not enough. And I feel as though that not at all. But I would love to hear y'all input, right? And for those of y'all catching the replay, man, leave your comments down below and let's get the conversation started. All right, listen. Hola. As a survivor, I know exactly how hard it is to speak on this. And that's why, I got to give Kevin Gates his flowers on this part, right? Because in a world where it's already hard for women to come out and talk about this kind of trauma, it's damn near impossible for men. Society makes it seem like men don't hurt, men don't get violated, men don't get traumatized, but they do. They always have. They just weren't allowed to say it. Why do we act like men don't bleed emotionally the same way women do? It's rare for men to speak up about being abused, manipulated, or violated. And we all know why. The moment a man opens his mouth about trauma, people start clowning him, calling him weak, calling him soft, turning his pain into a punchline. And that's sick. That's why so many men stay silent. Not because they're okay, not because they know the world won't, take their pain seriously. Right? Like, let me ask y'all, how many men do you think are suffering in silence right now because they're scared of being mocked? In my opinion, I feel that's a lot. Some of them don't just stay in silence, they go into the DL. And they stay in the DL. And that's messed up, right? Because now not just the woman suffers, but children do behind that shit. And it blows my mind that we're in 2026, not the 1600s, not the Stone Age, all right? And men still can't speak up without becoming the next meme. Like, how are we supposed to evolve as society if we keep laughing at at people traumas? How are we supposed to protect our kids if we can't even acknowledge the truth about adults? Healing can't happen in a culture that treats pain like entertainment. Why does social media turn everything serious into a joke? There's a time to be, playful and goofy, but then there's a time when, we got to take certain things serious. Listen, these topics are serious. They're heavy. They're life-changing, but on social media, people play with it. They turn trauma into content. They turn confessions into comedy, and they turn survivors into hashtags. And that's exactly why I don't take some people, on this platform seriously when they speak on these topics. Because you can, how can I say it? You can tell they're not speaking from experience. They're speaking for retention. How can you tell when someone is speaking from truth versus speaking from clout? Yeah. And since I know nobody's gonna really answer this, I'm gonna take advantage, right? And I'm about to kidnap somebody's. There. Can I ask you the question? How can you tell when someone is speaking from truth versus speaking, for clout, for fame, to gain something?
Well, a person that's really speaking from pain, experience, they're going to speak with a passion. And passion where as though it's felt deep within, not just glorified passion for the fame of the clicks and the baits and the fame of that. Like a person that really speaks for it from the heart, that's the one that you can tell that actually been through something or was with somebody that actually been through something and felt their pain and heard their story and was able to elaborate for them.
Facts. Appreciate that, boss man.
Mm-hmm.
So listen, when Kevin spoke on his past, he wasn't doing it for views, right? You could hear the pain in his voice. Real shit. Like, you could hear, the little boy in him that never got protected. And that's the part people don't understand. When a man finally speaks up, he's not speaking as, the grown man you see today. He's speaking as the child who never got a chance to be heard. Why do we forget that adults were once children carrying wounds nobody saw? I want y'all to think about that and sit on it, right? And the sad part is the moment a man shares his trauma, people start questioning him. Why didn't you fight back? Why didn't you say something sooner? Why didn't you stop it? Like, that's the same victim blaming women get. The men get it, with an extra layer of shame because society told them they're supposed to be strong, invincible, unbreakable. But trauma don't care about gender. Why do we blame victims instead of the people who hurt them? And let's be real, all right? Some people don't want to hear this conversation because it forces them to confront their own hypocrisy. They'll scream, protect the children, but only mean the girls. They'll talk about predators, but only picture one type. They'll claim to care about trauma, but laugh when a man admits he has some. That's why I say, listen, that's why I say what I say. People aren't ready for the truth. All right. They're only ready for the version that makes them comfortable. And I don't understand why, why people only care about trauma when it only fits their narrative. That's the crazy part. So yeah, I respect, Kevin for speaking up. I respect any man who speaks up, because it takes courage to, how can I say, break a silence that was forced on you your whole life. And I'm going to keep talking about it too, because these topics are not a game. They're not jokes. They're not memes. They're real. They're painful. And until people start treating them with, the seriousness they deserve, survivors, men and women, will keep suffering in silence. Listen, let me ask y'all, what needs change so men can speak about trauma without being ridiculed? You know what? As a matter of fact, since I know a lot of men are scared to even talk about it, babe, you're still here. We'll kidnap you one more time. What do you think needs to change so that men can speak about trauma without being ridiculed on social media and off of it?
About any kind of trauma, just
trauma, any kind, it doesn't matter. I mean, especially abuse. Let's put it like that: sexual abuse, especially that.
All right,
because that's the worst for them to speak on.
That's going to always be the worst, unfortunately, for the simple fact that the way the world has become with the social media, with the demasculating men who still was masculine but went through a trauma as a child. You gotta realize, no matter what, a child can never overpower an adult. Yes. A child can never overpower 2-3 people that's taking advantage of that person. So when people say things like, why this and why that, instead of saying why this and why that, they should have said things like, are you okay? How you feel talking about it? What can we do to help you suppress it? What can we do to help you express it? What can we do to help you get past it and move forward and live a normal life? But see, people don't think about things like that. People don't look at things like that. People don't think like that because their illogic is fucked up. Thanks. You know what I'm saying? So whereas though some women get the courage to want to speak up and tell their story and speak up and say, look, I'm a survivor of this. I'm okay. This is what's going on. Anytime any man who actually ever spoke up was ridiculed, was given the blacklist, the shame. You see what I'm saying? But they don't know the true story. And nobody can never say what they would have done until they in that situation. You see what I'm saying? And I've been in places where as though the toughest of the tough guys will cry. You see what I'm saying? Like, so can't nobody say what they would do and what they would do until they've been in that situation. So with that being said, everybody needs to have that touch of more sensitivity, that touch of compassion, that touch of empathy, that selflessness to say, hey, listen, I'm here to listen. I'm here to help you get through what you went through so that we can help other people get through it, so that we can bring awareness to the situation so that it won't keep happening. We got to bring situations, awareness to things that's going on, how it's going on, where it happened, how it happened. People got to be more mindful of the things that's going on around them.
So Kevin Gates has said he's being a part of breaking that stigma. In your opinion as a man, how do you think men are able to help younger men that go through any type of trauma, not just sexual abuse? Because this is the topic, sexual abuse.
Yeah, I'm going to say right now, I've been through trauma. It wasn't sexual abuse trauma, but I went through some traumatizing things as a kid. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I've seen shit some kids should have never seen in their life. You feel what I'm saying? I experienced things kids should have never experienced. But at the end of the day, the only thing I can tell the youth is make the best and the smart decisions. And if y'all want to pick somebody to follow, don't pick a rapper. Don't pick a movie star. Pick somebody that actually was doing something for the movement, doing something for the community. Put the unity back in the community.
So how do we do that, though?
By actually reaching out to each. At the end of the day, we got so far from the youngins that they feel misguided. They feel like they don't got to listen to nobody because they feel like they got it all wrapped up. And half of them ain't even live life yet. Half of them don't even finish school. And that's the sad part. Y'all got to get your education. They're not even teaching financial literacy. But when we try to teach them this, we're not teaching them in the right way. We're not trying to reach them with the right method. We showing certain things as far as glorifying money and wealth and all that. But how did you get that? You got to show them the process. I got to show them, all right, look, y'all can't keep taking a shortcut. Y'all can't keep running to the streets. Y'all can't keep being a menace to society. Because at the end of the day, when everybody get older, right, can they look back on their life and say, I lived the life that I wanted to live? Or I was living the life trying to live up to the social media?
That's a good
Was I living a life that was a part of the trends, part of the hashtags?
That's a question. I mean, that's a good question. I mean, I don't know. I wonder if people can answer that question, though. For real.
Not many can. Not many people even think about living to the next day. Everybody wake up and start worrying about scrolling. And instead of saying, hey, you know what, let me get up and say, let's make today better than it was yesterday. Let's see if I can reach somebody with something positive today. You know what I mean? More than I did yesterday. That's what the phrase comes from. Put your best foot forward. Every day you wake up, you're supposed to put your best foot forward, not just for yourself. That's why it's called being selfless. So that way you can teach others how to be selfless, how to move forward, how to spread the word, how to share wisdom.
That's a fact. And you know, it's crazy that here on social media, all I hear is nothing but excuses. There's a few people that give that message, but it's just like, remember when I told you the first time, I was like, yo, babe, I'm just so shocked how men on here are so different from the men that I'm used to out here.
Yeah,
you had to break that jaw down to me. And
and that's another thing. I'll say it again. I'll say it now. Just because somebody is a male, that don't make them a man. Just because somebody made a baby, don't make them a father. Same thing. Just because you're a woman and got a vagina, it don't make you. You see what I'm saying? Like,
it don't make you a woman.
Exactly. So that goes with both sexes, both parties. But at the end of the day, as long as we know who we are and we stay grounded and we try to put our best foot forward and keep pushing a positive message, keep pushing knowledge and telling them, listen, there's other ways, there's better ways. That's the only way it's going to happen. We got to come together. Us as the older generation got to come together and save this next generation before the next generation after them be even more screwed up.
It's like I'm starting to see a lot of the younger youth that are males, right? Have, and I'm not saying all of them, some. That's why I heard me say, I didn't even say, how can I say the majority? I said some of these younger youth, like that are coming up like in their 20s, behave and carry themselves online a little better than the adult men that are in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, yo.
And it's sad that because, again, I've walked in and I've heard men online and I had to look at the screen like, wait, that's a bunch of men?
Yeah.
Like, I thought I was about to walk in and hear about the females, the way they was cackling and back and forth, and there wasn't no female on there, just a bunch of sausages. I couldn't understand it.
He said it was a sausage party. But it be like that, and it's crazy because that's what I'm saying. Like, and it's when men come on here and they bring awareness or they speak on topics like the ones Kevin Gates, you know, Shay Club Shay, whatever his name is, Shay, whatever Shay, right? Shannon Sharp, right? Is talking about with Kevin Gates. They're talked about like if they're weak or made fun of, or if not, the whole chat is full of nothing but trolls, and then that conversation goes left. You've seen it. Yeah. I'm sitting here like,
but see, that just proved my point. People in the illogical thinking, closed-minded, brain cells not elevated, they still stuck on social media because guess what? Before social media came around, right? And everybody heard about rapes and all that and sexual abuse and sexual traumas and women getting bashed and robbed and all that stuff.
Yeah.
It was all on the news. And guess what? Nobody knew nothing about nobody else's business. Nobody said nothing about nobody else's business except for, damn, that's sad. I hope that don't happen to us. I hope that don't happen to my family member.
Facts.
But see, nowadays, stuff like that happen, it get brought up for awareness. And guess what? Now, as you say, what them things called? Memes. They memes, hashtags, shorts.
These troll people.
You know what I mean? Parodies, trolling, whatever you want to call it. At the end of the day, it's disrespectful and it's hurtful for those who've been through things. Just because you may be trolling that one person, it's millions and billions of other people out there that have been through the same thing, if not worse. They don't want to hear y'all trolling and disrespecting their trauma. Because if you went through it, or your parents, or your daughter, or your cousins went through it, you wouldn't want nobody trolling them. But see, that's where everybody twisted at because they like, oh, it's them, it ain't mine, I'm good. No, because guess what? That thing called karma, it hits everybody.
Until what happened like that, you know, what happened to that couple in Las Vegas, remember?
It's sad.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, people, like, this social media is backwards. And it's crazy because these conversations matter.
That's why I'm off the grid, baby. Listen, I can't be on there with the Matrix because they so plugged in, they don't even know how to unplug.
I be trying to get him on here, right? I have to kidnap his ass sometimes, right? Like, I would have to catch him to sit here and do a little podcast with me. He won't do it like he used to because he noticed what people do on this drawing. They take certain things as a game. And then when it's time to, you know, joke around and play around, they want to get emotional and be all up in their feelings. Like, hold on, wait a minute. I thought we was joking and roasting. This ain't joking and roasting. Now you want to get personal. My baby pops don't play that shit. So it's kind of like everything has changed. Everything has completely changed. That's why it's hard. Like, we can't sit here and really reach the youth that we're supposed to reach because of these influencers that are out here that consider themselves trolls. It's a shame. Right? So with all this being said, let me ask everyone, right? Do y'all think men feel safe speaking about their trauma in 2026? Not at all, only in private, sometimes depending on who's listening. Yes, but rarely. And I feel as though it's like, I guess it's depending on who's listening. It depends on some real shit. I've seen some men speak it, even though people say, oh, men don't really, you know, they don't take certain things serious. They don't talk about this. Da-da-da. Yes, they do. Some men really do listen, and they listen better than us women. It's crazy as it sounds.
The life is serious. Life is not. I had to tell somebody the other day, right? You get a second chance at these video games. You get a second chance at getting a job, starting a relationship, even making a baby. But once you die, there is no second chance. There is no restart. There is no let me do this again and do it this way. That's why everything is like a chess move, a strategic step in your life towards betterment, improvement, and also to pay it forward to those coming up underneath you. That's how I was raised, and that's how I've been ever since. Regardless of how many I can reach, because I know it's something that I am going to reach. You feel what I'm saying? But that don't make me quit. I got to keep going, because guess what? My purpose ain't over yet. My calling ain't over yet.
Facts.
So I got to keep going until my last breath is drawn. And that's the problem. People don't think like that. They think, oh, I got to ride or die for this bag. I got to ride or die for these jewels. I got to ride or die to go get this car. I got to get this mansion. I got to go get this BBL. I got to go get these titties sitting up. I got to get my lips full.
I'm dead.
You see what I'm saying? Then on the other side, people want to get penis enlargements and all types of other shit and be on there arguing with other men. And like, come on. Like, we supposed to get on here, spread the word, spread information, and network so we can all build and get to the next level. That's what it's all about, getting to the next level in life. So that way the people behind us can get to the next level. But if we don't get to the right next level, they're going to look at us and say, shit, y'all ain't do it right, so why should we? It starts by being a leader. Everybody can't be the chief. We got to start as the Indians. Put the work in and show them how to be a chief. So that way when they can go ahead and start putting their work in, they say, all right, look, we're going to put their work in, and then guess what? I earned my chief status. Everybody want to go straight to boss status. And that's the problem. That's where everybody collide at. Everybody can't be bosses.
Facts. Man. Listen, the link is down below. Anybody that wants to come and chop it up with a shorty, man. But in the meantime, in between time, I'm going to press play. Then I'll give some more commentary. But my fiance just, spit some gems up in this drawing. And if, there's any of y'all that is young in your early 20s, man, just take heed to the message. That's it.
When you were a child?
Life on the phone. Yep.
Kev, where did you want to be when you were a child?
I don't know. Probably a garbage man. I used to want to hang out the back of the truck. That shit just look fun. But as we get older, it's like, you don't want to be when I used to say, I want to be a garbage man. You don't want to be no garbage man. They don't make that much money.
Yeah.
You don't want to be no fireman. I was like, man, I want to hang on the back of the truck. When you a kid, you're not thinking about the money. You're just thinking about what looked fun.
Right.
They hanging on the back of the truck. I want to hang off the back of the truck
too. So you go through all this trauma. You said something earlier. You said
you don't know it's trauma when you're going through it.
But you said you healed generational trauma.
Yeah.
We hear a lot of people say, well, I want to create generational wealth. But just like generational wealth is passed down, so is trauma.
Yeah, because
Facts.
until I healed the relationship with my mother, I couldn't receive the type of woman that I was supposed to receive. Because I was always looking for my mother. I'm not looking for my mother anymore and any woman I meet. I'm looking for me.
Y'all heard me say that earlier. A lot of men do that, man. They look for love in all the wrong places, and because what they, what they didn't have at home, they searched for it in a long time until they find the right one. And the crazy one is that you ain't supposed to be out here searching for the right one. Like my grandpa used to say, the right one is going to come across you one day. You're not even going to realize it. Sometimes it's in your face and you don't even know it.
I'm looking for myself. And I told my mom, I said, I love you. And this was, my daughter was right there and everything. I say, so no matter what I do, it's never going to be enough. And those were the type of women that I would pursue. No matter what I did, it was never enough. And it wasn't my mama's fault that she was like that, but that's just all she knew. So I say, really, for everything that's going on with you right now in your life, it's my fault.
Wow.
I say, that's really what you're saying without saying it. And it was when I released that situation, and it took a little while after that, but like I say, it was one of the biggest things and the most beautiful things that I did, because I'm like, I don't owe nobody no more but my children. That was a self-worth issue. Like when it's kind of like seeking validation. I always trying to help people, but that's just how my heart is. I always want to help. Now I help myself.
Is it because you didn't get help when you thought you needed that you find that flip side that you try to help everybody?
Yeah, exactly. It's like a self-worth issue. It's like you see yourself, you see the hurt parts of yourself and others.
People.
So you just want to just try to help everybody. Okay. But guess what you're doing? You're enabling them. You're not really helping them. That's a pacifier. Sad but touching.
When you tell these stories about your childhood and about the trauma in some of your family members, when you go back and see them, what cares? Have you got any of that?
I didn't disclose anything though. I never disclosed anything. I didn't incriminate anyone. And you want me to be honest? I hate to say what I'm about to say. Don't nobody tell me nothing. With all due respect, people be just happy to see me. And if they did have something to tell me, they gonna pretend like they happy to see me. With all due respect, I mean, it sounds harsher than what it is.
Yeah. So you go through all that.
You know what they think.
Right.
What day?
I mean, that's how it should be.
You weren't there, buddy.
Did you? Nah, we good. You good. And did you play sports growing up? Did you want to play sports?
I tried.
What happened? Because you tell me you back flipping and you could do yoga, you doing all this, so that's athletic.
I'm a natural athlete. I played middle school football. I had fun with that. I played middle school. I was a linebacker.
Okay.
I played pee-wee football too. I played baseball.
Right.
All that.
I get Kev.
AAU basketball. Not on lab though. Basketball, I'm a great passer.
Is that your way of saying I can't shoot?
Oh, fair for square. Oh, go.
You play baseball, you play baseball, you play basketball, you play football.
And I'm not trying to sound like a nerd, but my favorite sport was soccer. I'm good at soccer.
So in other words, you ain't want to. I mean, I'm looking at a guy like yourself, you all dieseled up. You ain't want to play football? You ain't want to put that pain on nobody?
Steroids and Cocoa Puffs. I boxed too. I boxed for a long time. I've been boxing since I was like probably about 14. I thought I was gonna be Muhammad Ali. That got cut short. Hey, get on the ground, hands behind your back.
Hey.
Well, damn, but were you doing what you was trying to do, what you needed to do to try to be Muhammad Ali?
Yeah. I was on the AAU boxing team. I did good. I did good while I was doing good.
What?
I was decent. I was fair for a square.
And then okay, the path this is the path. We straight and narrow. How did Kev get off the path?
Oh man, why you ask me that? Oh, I hate to say this. I've been off the path.
Even when you was on the path, you were off the path.
Because it was wrong. It was wrong.
What if you say your dad was in the street? If your dad been in the street,
not just regular in the streets, like a lot of people say this, like my dad was truth.
Yeah,
something serious.
But if your dad had said, Kev, I don't want this for you. I want you to play football. I want you to play basketball. I want you to play soccer.
You can't tell me that.
Because when you do it,
you can't tell me that. You can't never say that to me.
Why? He pops.
That's his dream, not his.
Yeah, I guess.
He pops. We listen to pops.
I do. I listen good too.
I can't with him, bro.
I'm proud of me.
You get jammed up.
Which time?
Oh, Lord have mercy. The first time that you got into it, what did you do for the first time for them folks to come get you?
I don't want to talk about it, but I was 13 the first time I ever went to prison. I went to jail.
You went to juvie?
Yeah, juvenile detention.
Okay.
And I tell everybody this, if they would have just put me in the car and drove me to the front of the jail and said, if you f up again, you're going to have to go in there and it's not going to be pretty. Mm-hmm. I probably would have been so scared I'd have never f up again. Mm-hmm. But
they should have took his ass to, what was it, that show called Scare Beyond Straight? On some real shit. But damn, listen, a lot of kids learn, how can I say it? Not learn. What was I going to say? Shit, I got thrown off for a second. Listen, I've noticed that a lot of kids born in the 80s, right? Somewhere along in the late 90s when they turn like 13, 14, 15, right? They end up in and out of jail constantly. I mean, it's happening now, but I noticed it happened more back then. Jeez. Now they going to jail for crazy shit, not just drugs. Back then it was more for drugs. These kids was out heavy selling drugs. Damn, they started young. You know that at one point I thought kids wasn't in them corners until I got a little older. Real shit. And they was out there making money. Like reality said earlier in the chat, yo, for real.
Once the fear of imprisonment was removed, it became so much more easier to come back.
So juvie didn't scare you?
Juvenile detention is the most chaotic. Adult jail be laid back. Adult jail be more structured. It depends on what camp you get to.
Right.
If you get to a pen, it's going to be structured. Satellite camp, it might be a little chaos, but with all due respect, my law something serious. My respect on heavy. Not because I'm just no monster or nothing like that, but I feel nothing. I respect all. My respect some serious.
Is that the number one currency when you dealing with places, be it juvie, be it satellite, be it the big house? Is respect the number one currency when you walk into one of these places, facilities?
Yes, sir. Body language is the loudest language. Respect is earned, not given. And nobody will ever respect you.
So you got to get it immediately.
No, I ain't gonna say that. The world knows sugar from shit.
Do you get tried? So let's just say y'all going,
and my younger days coming up, I got tested every day. I beat up every day. Win, lose, or maybe. Gladiator school. From the neighborhood to the jail to everything.
Right.
Beat up, all that. But adult jail, I don't have any losses. But I had already been through everything already.
They know you. Did they know? So the first time you went to juvie, you were not afraid?
Yeah, I'm scared of them.
Okay. Did you know anybody in there?
Yeah. Had people from my neighborhood enough.
So they looked out for you.
Now, really, I still had the scuffle. Hey, you and him, y'all do something. I'm grateful that happened, though. It taught me a lot about who I was as a person.
Okay, you go to juvie. You like, damn, I mean, I ain't really.
And then another thing, I got to say this. I did get, God rest the dead. I did get what they call bushed or jumped.
Yeah.
In adult jail. Like, but the people that was involved in that, they not here no more. But I did get, and I ain't had nothing to do with it or nothing, but they just not here no more. But like even them, like, you got to kill me. I ain't gonna stop.
What would lead one to get bushed or jumped?
I don't know what it was about. I don't know. How my lawyer says, it's always over a girl.
Ain't no girls in there.
I think I probably was putting that on in the streets. And then I fell on the line he was on.
Oh,
we was with the same.
The young lady. The young lady.
Man, that was my hoe.
Man, come on, man. That was your girl.
I'm putting that on the whole year, man.
Oh, man.
I guess he felt played. I don't know. I mean, I accidentally picked the phone up. I thought on my partner. I'm like, I'm over here. Hey, it's my turn. It's my turn today.
You picked the phone up.
Man, you already.
Come on, man. You don't answer the phone at nobody else's house, Kev. You come on. You wrong for that. No, I can't. Nope. I can't get down with you on that.
He said I can't get down with you on that.
It was her cell phone.
Why you answering? You don't pay the bill. You pay the bill.
He just kept calling.
Yeah,
he tried to get in touch with her.
Yo, Kevin's mind got curious. Like, hold on, wait a minute. You with me? Who in the world is this bull calling your phone at this time, man? Yo, I'm telling you, man, the same way women get, men get too, man. It's a vice versa thing. Some show it, some just don't. Kevin is like, fuck it, man. I'm going to show it. Like, if you with me, you with me. But Kevin, you's a player, man. You's a player. You can't be like that, man, because karma hits back, man. You got to think about it, man. I mean, this was back then. I guess you learned your lesson with Dreka.
Hey, look, it's my turn. You gonna have to catch it tomorrow, thug. And he just took that. I really was joking.
Man, you know you can't joke with nobody like that, Kev. Come on now.
I know now.
You knew then. You calling the chick, and you call it all of a sudden. Hey, what up, player? I'm over here right now. It's my turn. She'll get at you on Friday. Today, Tuesday.
I was really playing, though.
Where they play like that at, Kevin? Where they play like that at? Where?
I was a kid then, though.
You know they didn't play like that because you was already in the streets.
He was into her.
So you know they don't play like that.
It was whatever, but I really wasn't tripping, though. It wasn't nothing like that. It was like, man, that was my hoe.
That was your young lady. Okay, I get that.
You know what's happening here, man? It ain't no military secret. I'm putting that dick on this hoe. That's how that's going right now. Yeah,
okay, but keep that on the hush.
All that calling, all that stalking, man. I'm a player. We don't do no shit like that. Who raised you?
You a player. He wasn't.
Yeah.
He was in love with her. He probably done bought a little something, paying the rent. He probably paying the phone bill, paying the light bill and all that.
He wasn't paying no phone bill. Shorty was with you, I guess, probably when I was in jail or something. I forgot. You was
you passing the time.
Yeah,
I was wondering who was cool.
So you find yourself in on the same line.
I ain't never.
Blessings, Mr. Oates. How you doing today?
But know how he look. He know how I look.
I am doing good. Salute to you. Carry on with the content.
Okay.
And then he already had, you know, his little people back there or whatever. It wasn't nothing major though. Then it's so crazy. He ain't even want scratch. He was little. He wasn't even want scratch. He wasn't living like that for real. He talked good though, but you know. God.
So he tried to send his boy for you, the goons for you.
Oh, come on. You know, he ain't want to do nothing but one of his partners, you know. They had jumped me or whatever, but then after they jumped me, it wasn't really about nothing. Because after that, I still led the prayer call. I say tomorrow when we wake up, we're gonna do it again.
Dude.
Yeah, shit. I had a little eye. I had a black eye, a little eye.
Yeah.
Hello,
I had a little, you know what I'm saying? Bust me up a little bit, nothing major. Little lip, little eye, cool.
Then you come back tomorrow, let's do it again.
It was somebody else was on the line that we all had mutual respect for because I used to date this, so he cool.
Well, damn, Cam. How big is Baton Rouge? Like 25 people?
Shit, from Baker to Gonzales, you blink your eye, you be done passed through it. It's small.
Right.
But they got a lot of trophies come from Baton Rouge. A lot of living legends come from them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm blessed to have grew up though.
So at 13, you get your first juvie. Okay, you get out. Did you say, you know what? I ain't going back. I'm gonna live straight. I'm gonna be on the straight and narrow.
No, I was still seeking acceptance. I was running with some older dudes and I was seeking acceptance for them and point. I'm gonna show you what's that. All you gotta do is point. And I guess it was they put batteries in my bag. I mean, I guess. But I was seeking acceptance. Because I was looking up to some dudes that wasn't even like that for real. So I was like seeking acceptance, like all young kids, impressionable kids.
And a lot of men have a tendency of doing that when they don't have what they need at home. All right, when they grow up without that love and affection, that nurture that they need, whether it's from a mother or how can I say that guidance and that structure from a father. But with him, it was more with his mama.
Just them respecting me made me just feel so great. But I'm like, as I started maturing in the game, I'm like, y'all really? Y'all.
I'm about a life that y'all not about. And y'all putting
everybody's been an R2D2 before. Everybody's been a robot. Some people still are.
Terminator.
But I no longer operate off batteries.
Hey, what's up, y'all? It's your favorite uncle, proud partner of Rose Sparks. Have you ever had one of those nights? Maybe you're watching a movie, just laughing. Realization, Kev. So you know what? Everybody. Realization, Kev. So you know what? I'm done with this. Unless I absolutely positively have to get down, I'm done with this.
The last bid I did.
How long was that? What was that stretch?
33 months.
Drugs?
No, they try to say that it was in Chicago. It was crazy. I never heard of this charge though, but they tried to say I was a convicted felon with a firearm, which I didn't have a firearm, but they say I'm a gang chief. I'm not even from Chicago. I've never been in a gang.
Right.
It's just weird.
But you done been locked up a lot of places though, kid.
What's a lot?
More than one. Different states.
Yeah, I have.
Louisiana, Chicago, Canada, Ohio.
Yep.
What?
How you know about Ohio?
Okay.
Shannon, you either doing your homework or you the CIA. Like, what's up? He looked at you like, who was it? Boozy Badass looked at fucking Vlad TV like, hold up, wait a minute. How you know about that?
Get it in Ohio.
Yeah.
And they got
Oh, the
real
song.
stand
He
up.
paid attention to the song.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me find out you be listening to Kevin Gates songs like that, Shannon Sharp. All right, damn. All right, he really paid attention because I was going to say. And I looked at Shannon like, uh-oh.
Good people.
So after
That's crazy. How you know about that?
He asked him again,
Oh,
yo.
you done done your homework. You done done your research. Let me find out. You done done your
I was okay in school. I wasn't great, but I was okay.
Nah, I was looking at that one where you was like, yeah, sound like Johnny can't read. I said, that's my dog. That's my dog.
So I'm just trying to figure out how you go from that. Were you rapping before you started doing all this stuff, or rapping was a byproduct? Says, you know what? Let me find something I can do that I can make an honest living doing.
I fell in love with the hustle. I never really took music serious.
Okay.
I started taking music serious when I started watching everybody do what I wanted to do.
Okay.
And I was like, I'm gonna take this shit serious. But by the time I was taking it serious, I still had other shit pending. I had to go, you know what I'm saying, face all that shit. But I was addicted to the hustle.
Right.
Because if you ain't got no money, you ain't shit. I fell in love with the hustle.
Mm.
It's like I had a vendetta. I just wanted to kiss.
I
just love the hustle. Like when Mitch said on Paid in Full, I love the hustle.
Mm. Do you believe people look at you differently, view you differently, treat you differently if you got paper?
Think or no?
No.
Yeah, they do.
Because they say money, hey, you don't need no money. And people gonna treat you the same, gonna look at you the same. Women gonna treat you the same, gonna look at you the same.
That's not true. I wish a woman would come in here and tell me, well, it's not about the money. Well, go get a bum off from over there off Skid Row. I bet he has a great conversation. Go get him. Move him in your house since money don't matter. It's so silly.
But if you go back, you look at Louisiana, you got Wayne, you got P, you got Boosie, NBA, YB, Mystical, Soldier, Slim, C, Murder, Juvie, Webby, Currency, Birdman, BG. You saw all that coming up. You was around it.
Yep.
And you still didn't want to do right until you wanted to do right.
It's not that. I was trying, but I also was trying the other way.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
I think a lot of men go through that experience. Listen, we're going to pause it right here because Yaya is live. Dish and Dirt is live. I want to finish my commentary. There's a lot to unpack. I don't know if Mr. O's got something to say, but I know he might say something after I give my commentary or in between my commentary. So, I'm going to pause it right here. We're going to do a part 2 to this tomorrow. All right. Probably around 8 o'clock because I know Yaya's live right now. The answer is going live at 10:50. If he still goes live, I'm not sure. Right? Like, listen, with the answer, you never know. But let me come this way. Blessings, Mr. Oates. How you doing?
What is shaking? You had what in the world was that?
We was listening to Kevin Gates. I don't know if you caught it from the beginning, but in the beginning he was speaking about his trauma, his abuse, mental health, and everything that happened. And I just listened to it a little bit more, so tomorrow I can know what I'm starting off with. So I know he's about to get into the music. So tomorrow it's not going to be as much as mental health. So I think tomorrow is going to be more of the relationship, the marriage, and the music. Watch.
Relationship, marriage. Oh my goodness! You got somebody coming on here to spill their secrets?
That's Kevin Gates.
Oh no! Okay, so this is about the different topics are about the interview with Kevin Gates.
This was about the interview with Kevin Gates. It got deep earlier.
No. I hear you about as far as about the trauma. I'm talking about now when you was talking about relationships. You saw
it's going to be the same interview, but I paused it because now it's about to get into the music, the relationships, right? And I guess what's happening, with him in his current life. So I'm gonna pause it right there to leave that part for tomorrow. For tomorrow's live.
Okay, I got you.
I'm like, "That's live," and I want to finish giving my commentary. And if you got something to say, you'll be able to say it.
All right, go ahead, do your thing. I'm on mute.
So I'm like, let me pause it because I wanna be able to hear what y'all saying over there. All right. And listen, it's a lot to unpack. All right. Like, I think earlier, if I'm not mistaken, right, he talked about his grandparents, right? And I think he talked about a part where I think the part that hurt him the most was when his grandfather passed away, and I think his grandfather, right? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and lie, right? How can I put this? I'm trying to find the proper way to say this. All right. I'm not gonna sit here and lie, right? As a kid, I never saw nobody die, right? Death was something, I heard about, not something I witnessed. So the first time I ever saw someone, take their last breath, it wasn't a stranger, it wasn't a distant relative, right? It was my mom. And that kind of moment, it hits different. It hits in a place, you didn't even know existed. It's like the world stopped spinning for 1 second, but somehow you still got to keep moving, right? Let me ask y'all, what's the moment that forced you to grow up faster than you wanted to? And for me, it was, me, besides being made a woman ahead of time, it was when I gave birth to my son, because I had to really grow up. I had to become a woman, and not just a woman, but a mother. You see, but let me say this, right? And before I continue to say what I say, right? Going into, what my experience with my mom, right? I've said this time after time, right? Not just my kids taught me how to grow up, but God had to teach me, right? Like, he took something from me. And what he took from me was, the father of my first kids, my my mother, then my brother. You see where I'm coming from? He took the three things closest to me for me to get up off my ass, right? And do what I had to do and not dwell on the past. And listen, when she passed in my arms, man, that image is something I could never erase. It's like it's like it's tattooed on the inside of my, eyelids. But even in that moment, even with my, heart tearing apart, right? I had to hold it together. I had to hide my emotions. I had to show, the strong side of me so my kids wouldn't see, the weak side, because that's what we're taught, right? Be strong, don't cry, don't break, but nobody tells you how heavy that mask gets. I don't know why, why. Let me ask y'all, right? Maybe somebody could, really answer this, right? Why do we call it strength when when we're really just hiding our pain? That's not really strength. You see where I'm coming from? And the crazy part is, I didn't even get the chance to, meet my dad until the day, he was in a casket. So imagine that. Meeting the man who, helped create you only after he's already gone. No conversations, no explanations, no apologies, no memories. Just a body in a box and a lifetime of questions with no answers. How do you grieve someone you never got the chance to know, right? So for a second, I thought, I had a cold heart. I thought something, was wrong with me because I didn't feel that deep emotional breakdown, like I did with my mom, right? And even with my mom, I had to hold that, right? But people expect that, expect when a parent dies. How can I say? People expect that when a parent dies, right? Well, then I had to check myself. How can you mourn something that was, right? How can you mourn something that was never given to you? How can you feel a loss? How can I say it? How can you feel a loss for a connection you never had? How can you render what was never given, right? You can't lose what you never received. And that realization hit harder than, the grief itself. Do we confuse numbness with being heartless, or is it just self-protection, right? And anybody can how can I say, leave a comment down below, right? Especially if you're catching that replay. Let's get this conversation started, right? Listen, standing in front of a casket, I didn't feel sadness. I felt curiosity. I felt confusion. I felt questions stacking up in my mind like dominoes. Who were you? Why weren't you there? Did you ever think about me? Did you ever want to know me? Did you ever wonder, what kind of person I became? It wasn't grief. It was a conversation I never got to have in front of a casket with someone that could never answer those questions. What's the one question you wish you could ask someone who's gone today? All right. And that's why I understand Kevin Gates when he talks about his parents, his childhood, his pain. Because some of us grow up with emotional gaps. Places, how can I say, places where love should have been but wasn't. Places where guidance should have been but wasn't. Places where protection should have been but wasn't. In those empty spaces, how can I say, those empty spaces, they shape you just as much as the things you did receive. Right? How much of you are, how can I say, how much of you, right? No, how much of who you are today was shaped by what you didn't get growing up today? And I feel as though that 100% of what I am today, no, I'm lying. Let's bring it down a notch. I'm gonna say 90% of what I am today, right, was shaped by, I guess, by what I didn't get growing up, because for the simple fact that what I didn't get at home, I learned how to create myself, right? And I didn't do it alone, right? I became a mother at 17, right? And that's why y'all constantly hear me say that, in reality, we're not just teachers to our kids, we're students, right? Our kids, our kids teach us a lot while we're teaching them, right? While we're parenting. And they show us things that we never would have thought that we would ever see. And what's crazy? They help us see the world in a whole nother way. But maybe I'm tripping, all right? But this is my opinion. People don't realize how trauma sneaks into adulthood, right? It shows up in the way, you love, the way you trust, the way you react, the way you protect yourself. It shows up in the way you parent, the way you shut down, the way you hold back tears, even when when your chest is tight. Trauma don't disappear, man. It transforms. And if you don't face it, it'll, how can I say, run your life without you even noticing it. Let me ask y'all, what's one childhood wound you're still learning, how to heal? And for me, now as an adult, at times I could be very overprotective with my kids. Even though I give them freedom, I could be very overprotective because of what I went through. And they tell me it's not a bad thing, but sometimes I feel like I suffocate my kids, right? Because I know what it was like to be I know what it was like to be a child. Let me put it like that, right? So when I talk about my mom dying in my arms or meeting my dad in a casket, right, or what I've been through in my past, I'm not saying it for sympathy. I'm saying it because these moments shape me, right? They taught they taught me how fragile life is. They taught me how strong I had to be. They taught me how much healing I still needed. And they taught me that sometimes the hardest part of grief isn't losing someone. It's realizing what you never had, all right, with them in the first place when they were still here today. What you didn't cherish. You see where I'm coming from? Like, what's harder for you? Grieving the loss or grieving the absence? And for me, it was always the absence. You see where I'm coming from? Because how can you miss what was never there? But people don't understand when I say it like that. So let me ask you this question before I move on, right? Before I continue, right? Which part of this story hits you the deepest, right? Losing a parent in your arms, meeting, a parent for the first time in death, feeling numb instead of emotional, carrying childhood wounds into adulthood, right? And what's crazy is I gotta put myself as an example. All right, I gotta tell y'all the trenches I've walked because I can't sit here and tell y'all someone else's story. I don't know if Mr. O's got something to put in before I continue. All right, but this gets deep, and like I told y'all, it's a lot to unpack. All right, guys, a lot.
Hey, only thing I wanted to say, riders, is we are the product of our experience and how we have responded to it.
Facts.
That's who we are.
It's okay. Listen, go ahead, keep walking. Don't show the dog no fear.
What? Oh, you got a dog over there?
Yeah, it's my pit bull, but my son got his friend over there and she a little scared of the dog. But I was like, you can't do that because when you do that, that's when they'll jump on you. And if you attack, he's gonna attack.
Yeah, they don't. Oh, no.
At first, he's thinking you're playing with him, but once you start popping him, he's gonna think you're the enemy. I'm like, wait a minute, don't show a dog fear. Don't do that.
Like, yeah, everybody know how to handle champagne. They know how to. They know if you give her that attention, that's all she wants is some attention. Now you can go crazy if you want to, but she ain't about to. She ain't about to bite you. She get away from kids. Kids annoy her.
No, my dog loves kids. That's what I'm saying.
No. I'm talking about when they're in packs. Like when everybody. Yeah. But she grew up around. Well, actually, she grows up around kids. It's like 4 kids. I think it was 7, 6, and 5. And they be all over her, and she be like, "Oh my God, what in the world? What would y'all stop it, please?" Because they want to put like they trying to dress her up, and I'm like, "What? She ain't going for that. What's wrong with y'all?" But anyway, remember, you are the product of your experience and how you responded to it. So that means, let's say for the average person, you done made some mistakes along the way. Have you learned the lesson? That's gonna show in your everyday movement. Oh, okay. He making a shift right now. That's for those who were actually watching you. He making a shift right now. If you keep doing this, the same thing, thinking you're gonna get a different result, then all right, now we need to call them people with them white coats on, because you might be insane.
Yeah, because listen, some people on this app are the definition of insanity, yo. Like they keep coming back to the same thing they complaining about. So you're right, I agree with that.
and that's what I'm like. What in the world? Where do you think you're going with this? It's the same old skit. Like, what are you doing?
Nowhere, but they don't understand that part.
No, and that's the funny, sad part. I'll put it like this.
Listen, without speaking on it real quick, right? Because it's just to bring awareness. Like, what's going on even on these YouTube streets right now, it just shows you. See where I'm coming from? Like, what people's priorities are like. Right, that's the best way to put it. Like, I don't say names over here like that unless it's something done to me. So since nothing was done to me, it's the best way for me to put it. You see where I'm coming from? Like, and it's crazy because it was something that, for good, and it got turned into like if it was something bad when in reality it wasn't. It's consistent, and it just shows you how people are, man. Like, envy and hate exist in a lot of hearts. So I agree, and I understand exactly what Mr. O's is saying. Like, we see this shit everywhere.
Yeah, that's the sad shit. Sometimes it's funny, but after so long, once you actually, it's like, oh, this shit is not gonna stop. Okay.
Even without what happened today, like how people turn topics like what Kevin Gates was talking about, right? They turn it into games, into jokes. And it'd be hard to take a lot of people's fears on these apps. You see where I'm coming from? Right? That's why I respect when you give your opinion, because it's like a lot of men won't give that opinion because it's like on this app, everybody, a lot of people is with that. You got to pick a side shit, and I respect a man. All right, that doesn't give a fuck what somebody else is going to think, and he's going to speak his mind. Because you see me do it, and I'm a woman. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like I said earlier. I don't know if you heard me talking about it with my baby pops. Like, yo, the men on this app kind of shocked me in the beginning. When I first came on this, John, I was shocked because men are different on this app than what I'm used to out here on these streets.
No, I want you to think about something, Riders. When you it's talking about like men talking about mental health, and
they get put
okay,
down, dragged.
yeah. But you know what I did when once I see they don't. I don't believe any man. I don't believe. How can I put it? Oh shit. Let's put it like this. When you confide, like let's say you're talking about trauma.
Yeah.
The things you're going through. Okay. I'm gonna be the first one to tell you, male or female, you better find some motherfucking body to talk to. You better be writing that shit down in a journal or something. Otherwise,
no. See, when we speak about that, I don't mean it like that. I get what you're coming from, and yes, there's a lot of men that come on here on some crybaby shit. We're not speaking about that. We're speaking about, like, for example, like what Kevin Gates did. He brings awareness, but men, get shut down for that. But I get what you're saying. Like the men that come on here.
Why shut a nigga down for trying to get something off his chest? I'd say that like just outright, like. But I understand the stigma that comes with the stereotype. But
that's what we were talking about earlier. Yeah. There you go.
I get that.
Because I'm like, wait, because we trying to break the cycle. That's why I gotta give a shout out to Beautiful One, man. Like she really trying to do something different. I get it. You see where I'm coming from? Like, but people are taking her good intentions into something else. You see where I'm coming from? Like, and that's what social media does.
Of course, when somebody come on. If you ain't got no drama for me.
That's how it be. That's why you
ain't got no drama for me.
They out. If you ain't got it, they out. They don't want to hear that shit. They're not interested. But if not, they start the division between the chats and content creators. I'm saying, and some content creators fall for it because it brings money.
Man, that's like selling out before you sell out.
Yeah. So when you have men that are bringing awareness, right? Like for example, in this interview, right? Kevin Gates spoke out. He was wrong, and I cut with it. But a lot of people turned the part where he was speaking about his personal situations, about what he went through, into memes, jokes. I'm sitting here like, damn. I'm like, listen, I get it, but I swear that when it comes to these type of topics, that's why a lot of men don't speak on this. That's why a lot of women like me don't take a lot of people serious on these apps. You see where I'm coming from? Because these type of topics are not to be taken, how can I say, lightly. There you go. Lightly. Damn, it's crazy how we both said it. Get out my head, Mr. Oates. Get out my head. You ain't nobody supposed to be up in that John. Get out my head. Hold up, that was creepy. But it's true though. Like, and it's crazy. That's why we had the same thought in our minds just now. Like for real. Even though it seemed like he was like, Gary from SpongeBob, it was SpongeBob all up in everybody's minds over here. He was just mind reading me with some telepathy. I can't even say the shit right. But that's some real shit though. And that just proves it. Like, how many times haven't we seen it like on Answers panel, right? He's about to go live soon, like in the next 30 minutes. Hopefully I can get my whole commentary out by then. But you're a witness yourself, right? And this is not to bash, this is to bring awareness, guys. But people are going to flip whatever they want anyway. So I'm going to still say always be consistent with my message, right? How many times has an Answer tried to bring, conversations and topics about mental health and it ends up going sideways?
Oh, many times. I've been there.
So it's like, and it's messed up. That's what I'm talking about. It's crazy how a man can't do this. But let us women, all right, because I've done it plenty of times and I've had views since people want to talk about views. And y'all know that I don't really talk about views on my channel, right? But since people like talking about views, Let us women, come on here and, speak on our story. My chat will be full right now, especially if I'm bringing mental health and awareness on a man. I don't know if you've been here, but plenty of times I've reached 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. But why is it that when a man does the same thing to try to help the young men, especially knowing there's not a lot of programs for a young man, right, coming up, and a lot of, things that we could do for them to keep them out these streets, they get shut the fuck down. See my point? And some of us women don't even gotta put on a dress and fucking put all this makeup on and act fucking flirtatious on this bitch. Some of us is just real about certain shit. What I'm saying is that some men that are trying to do the same thing as us women deserve the same respect as us women. Give me 1 second. Mr. Osh, you can go ahead and give your thought. I gotta see what my son wants real quick.
Mama, you said you gotta do what?
I gotta see what my son wants real quick.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, the main thing I wanted to I was listening to some of what Kevin Gates said. Like I caught the back end of the interview. Well, as far as that topic went, mental health is real, y'all. Y'all can think it's a game if you want to. You're gonna find yourself waking up waking up next to
somewhere.
Yeah. I'm sorry for laughing. But this shit is real.
It's the truth. I don't know if you notice how some, I'm gonna speak on it in a minute, right? How when Kevin Gates was saying that the people that did him wrong, right, are not here today, people were saying, "Oh, he must have." I've heard so many people talk about this. Listen, my DMs is blown up. All right, like I'm sitting here like, wait a minute. Just because he says that person is here doesn't mean that he unalived that person. I could sit here and tell you that Kevin Gates got more lives than a cat. All right, he's blessed. I could sit here and say the way he tells his stories, right? And if you pay attention and listen, the man has been blessed, all right? And he, he's able to sit here and pass that blessing forward, all right? He does it through music. Let me tell y'all how I do it. I do it through my poetry. And now I'm gonna let Mr. Oates say what he gotta say.
No, that right there is like you said. I wouldn't necessarily draw that conclusion, but he's a celebrity, so they're gonna put that spin on it naturally.
See, I get that, but he was, he already knows.
That don't mean he did nothing to them people. That don't mean he did nothing to them people. And evidently, you can accuse him of something, but I mean, show me what he's done. No, if I'm in regards to them, because in the worst case scenario, what you're suggesting is he had their lives unalived.
That's their suggestion, not me.
Yeah, no, I know, not you. No, I'm just saying. I'm saying to them. I'm saying to them.
Even my baby pop said it earlier, because as a kid, you see where I'm coming from. You don't really have the strength to fight at all. That's why a lot of us carry that anger into adulthood, that revenge in our minds. You see where I'm coming? Anger in our hearts, revenge in our minds. And that's what I was trying to explain earlier. People don't peep that part. Come on, as a kid, he really did unalive him. Man, listen, he would have been in the headlines as a kid.
Right.
You see my point? That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying. And then what happened when he was in the juvenile system? Peep it. Even there, I still don't believe that he would have been able to do that. And if he, that's why I'm saying that he's blessed. All right. Why I say that, right? Why I say it the way I say it is because a lot of.
Let me ask you this real quick. I'm sorry for cutting you off because you said about the juvenile. See, I wasn't even hip to that part. I didn't hear that.
It happened to him when he was in prison, and the person that hurt him, did whatever they did to him, is not here today.
Oh my God. Wait a
So
minute.
my point is exactly, and he was young. So if he would have did that shit and he wasn't famous yet, he would have been all over the headlines once again, especially when he became famous. All right. See my point? Now, what I'm trying to when I say he's blessed, right? I say that for the simple fact that a lot of people out here, they're abusers. The people that hurt them throughout, their childhood, teenage years, whatever, however y'all want to put it, their youth, right? Before they became adults. Them motherfuckers are still walking these streets free. They're not in a casket or behind a cell.
Right.
That a lot of people don't have that blessing. All right. Well, listen, even though his, abusers didn't make it to a courtroom, that's justice served. I want people to look at it that way. But see, some people can't see it that way.
No, they won't.
So that's why I say that he's blessed. I'm not, because it's crazy for people to say, oh, like, dude, man, as soon as this man became famous, that motherfucker would have been on the headlines. Trust me. And you can't listen. This paparazzi shit ain't no joke. They uncover your fucking life just like these YouTubers do.
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying. Like, put two and two together. Like Mr. Oates was saying yesterday when we was talking about what we was talking about. Common sense ain't common sense no more, yo. For real.
I think motherfuckers is trading that in for data or something. Seriously, I think some people. Oh my goodness, this shit is. Man, I wish I could just
be off the hedges.
Yeah, this shit.
Let me. I'm about to get the rest of this commentary out because I listen. Answer might be late. Y'all still live, right? So I'm gonna say what I gotta say. Yeah, she live. I'm not sure if it's a members or what because I can't see when she went live. So I'm thinking it's a members only. And I can't tell because I'm a member. And I'm a moderator. So I'm not sure if it's a members only, but it's not telling me either. My phone is glitching. But that's going to distract me if I keep paying attention over here to the phone. But listen, guys, right? Listen. Well, I'll figure this over here out. Let me finish saying this, right? As a survivor, right, I know exactly how hard it is to speak on this, right? And that's why, I got to give Kevin Gates his flowers, all right, on this part. Because in a world where, it's already hard for women, to come out and talk about this kind of trauma. And I said this earlier, all right, I might be repeating myself, but oh well. All right, we getting it all out my chest before I go into anybody else's live or say, do anything, all right? Listen, it's damn near impossible for men. Society makes it seem like men don't hurt, men don't get violated, men don't get, traumatized, but they do. They always have, they just weren't allowed to say it, right? It's rare for men to speak up about being abused, manipulated, or violated, and we all know, why. The moment a man opens his mouth about trauma, right, people start clowning him, calling him weak, calling him soft, right, turning his pain into, a punching line, and that's sick. That's why so many men stay silent, not because they're okay, not because they know the world, won't take their pain seriously, but because of the bullshit that's going around. All right. Like, pain can turn anybody into a monster. And that's the part people don't want to, how can I say admit? Pain don't care, how old you are, what gender you are, how strong you think you are. Pain will twist you, break you, reshape you. And if you don't learn how to control it, it'll control you. That's why we got to learn how to turn, our pain into motivation instead of, dysfunction. Because if we don't, that pain will eat us alive from the inside out. Let me ask y'all, what version of yourself did pain almost turn you into? And what was the hardest part, to be able to flip that and turn it into motivation, right? A lot of us, just like, Kevin Gates and a lot of y'all are exempt from it because not everybody goes to it, all right? A lot of us got our own Freddy Krueger, not on Elm Street, all right? But in our own homes, in our own memories, our own nightmares. Some of us grew up sleeping next to monsters, all right? Eating dinner with monsters, being raised by monsters. And the world expects us just to, get over it. Nah. That pain All right, that kind of pain don't just disappear; it lingers, it haunts us. Right, it shapes you. Right, and it takes real strength to survive it. Let me ask you, all right? I don't matter what type of trauma you went through. Who is a monster you had to survive growing up? Or it doesn't have to be a Freddy. You see where I'm coming from? It could be anybody. But listen, back on topic, right? The truth is, right, this type of pain that a lot of survivors have to go through breaks a lot of people. It breaks their spirit, their trust, their innocence, their ability to love. It's rare to make it out of systems that were designed to destroy us. Rare. Because these systems, right? And I said this earlier, and I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I'm not sure, but I'm going to still say it. Foster care, the streets, all right? Broken homes, abusive environments, they don't protect us. They pretend, they smile in our face, and while they fail us behind closed doors, all right, we got to sit here and figure it out. How many kids do you know think get, how let me put it like this. How many kids do you think get lost in the system that we're supposed to save, how many kids do you think get lost in the system that we're supposed to save? And I feel as though a lot of them do. Right? And in this situation like this, right, a lot of kids don't get believed. Right? That's the part that pisses me off, right? The most. It pisses me off the most out of all this, right? Kids speak up and adults shut them down. Kids cry for help and adults call them dramatic. Kids, show signs and adults ignore them. And then, the truth finally comes out. When the truth finally comes out, right, everybody want to act like they're shocked. Kids' feelings get overlooked because of their age. And that right there is one of the biggest failures of our society. Right? And it's a common story. I said it earlier when Kevin was talking, right? And I noticed that in a lot, in a lot of stories that are told by survivors, right? Why do adults trust other adults more than they trust their own children? And what's their name? It's the brothers. What are their names? Oh my God, the two brothers that killed their parents because their father wasn't alive with them. I mean, was molesting them. I forgot their names. Damn, that's because we talking about Kevin's right now. But anyways, in their story, right? Is it the Jimenez brothers? I forgot what their names are. But listen, even with their story, it shows you, man, they unalived their parents. All right. So a lot of these situations are meant to break kids, right? And a lot of kids survive. Listen, as parents, we got to do better. We got to listen to our kids, all right? The first time, not the third time, not the 10th time, not when it's too late. Kids don't lie about certain things. Kids don't make up certain fears. Kids don't fake certain reactions. When a child shows you red flags, believe them. Don't wait for proof. Don't wait for evidence. Don't wait for the damage to be permanent. And I've always asked this question, right? Why do parents ignore the first red flag instead of acting on it? Oh, you a kid, you don't know what you're talking about. Well, that's not true. How can this person do this? They care so much about us. You know, something that they did a lot back in, back in the days, and I think that social media exposes it a lot today, and that's one of the, the pros of social media. How back then, well, you know what? A lot of women do it now here on social media too. They cuddle the men that are like predators, and the women too. And men cuddle the women that are predators. I mean, look, listen, man. But they're out here with it now. Back then, it was all kept in the shh, especially amongst family. If it happened in the family, all right. Because let me tell you something. The moment I see a red flag around my babies, I'm turning into Griselda Blanco with no hesitation. All right. I don't play about my kids. I don't negotiate about my kids. I don't second guess about my kids. All right. Like, listen. If something feels off, I'm stepping in. I'm stepping up, and I'm stepping through whoever I need to, because protecting your kids is not optional, all right? It's mandatory. Like, people don't understand that part. Listen, what's the Griselda moment you would have if someone hurt your child? You know how she killed all her husbands? I will kill anybody, all right? Anybody that lays a hand on my child. And the sad part is, man, a lot of people don't, take these topics seriously. They laugh, they joke, they make memes, they turn, trauma into entertainment. And that's why, I don't take some people on this platform seriously when they speak on this. Because if you laugh at a child's pain, if you can joke about a survivor's story, if you could turn someone's trauma into content, you're part of the problem. Why does social media treat real trauma like it's a comedy skit? At the end of the day, pain is real. Trauma is real. Predators are real. And the only way we protect our kids, all kids, right, is by talking about it, acknowledging it, and refusing to stay silent, right? Because silence is where predators thrive. Silence is where trauma grows, right? Depending on the situation, right? Silence could be good sometimes, but not in these situations, right? Silence is where kids get lost, and I refuse to be silent. I refuse to let my pain, right, go to waste. I'm turning it into a purpose, into protection, into power. And my way of doing it, all right, I don't know what y'all way is, but I would love to hear y'all's, all right? My way of doing it is by putting poetry out there. I feel as though more poetry is needed. What pain are you turning into purpose this year? All right. Do you believe kids are taken, seriously when they speak up against danger? Right? Not at all. Only when adults are, already suspect of something sometimes, but not enough yet, but rarely. And I feel as though that not at all. Maybe could be in there, depending on the person that's listening to the story. All right. Like, listen. See, my past ain't break me, right? It built me. It shaped me into the woman, right? The mother, the advocate, the protector I am today. And looking, back now, I can finally say it without flinching. Everything I went through had a purpose. Every scar, every tear, all right? Every moment I thought I wouldn't make it, God was, molding me. I didn't understand it then, but I understand it now. Pain didn't destroy me, it prepared me. Right? I could relate to a lot of what Kevin was saying earlier. So let me ask y'all, what part of, your past did you once hate but never see as part of your purpose? And me, right? The part was where the way I was hurt, right? The way I wasn't listened to, right? And when it comes to my purpose, right, as y'all can see, man, I'm already in the process of everything. I'm an advocate for kids, right? I speak up on a lot of these topics. I speak on them, right? And I speak on my experience, right? I got, poetry out there. I'm working on publishing more poetry, all right? I got petitions out here to try to help the kids, right? Especially the ones that get bullied in these schools. But it doesn't just benefit the kids, all right? It also benefits the teachers that are going through it. All right. I'm also in the process of trying to find a way how I build this board, put it together, right? And, try to help our young boys, right? Not just our young boys, our girls too, all right? But I speak a lot more on the boys because they're the ones out here in the streets. We got girls doing it too. But we find so many resources and ways to get these girls off these streets, but we never find a way when it comes to our young boys. All right. So I really want to find a way to get this community on and popping. I don't care how many fundraisers and GoFundMe's I have to, put out there. But I do know springtime is coming and we're about to get on it. Right. We're gonna see how we put this together. But all the funds, right, especially the books. Shout out to all the people that are showing the shorty support by buying my poetry book. Like I just told y'all before, right? All the funds that are gonna start, that are coming through. Because I wasn't expecting nobody to, support a shorty. All right. So my poetry is going to be a part of it. Right. All the support that I get through the poetry books, all the sales I make are going to go into that fund. Right. And somewhere along the line, all right, I'm going to find a way. I'm going to get some land. All right. And we're going to do some gardening and some stuff. And that's going to be attached to the community center one way or another. All right. So that way, we could still have, vegetables, fruits, and stuff like that. We could have, ways to teach the kids how to really garden and plant, even though they might have to take trips. But listen, that's my way, right, of helping back, right? Trying to show kids that, we can't let our past determine, right, who we is today. But y'all let me know what's y'all's, right? And the wild part is, right, listen, man, back then thinking about, going back on topic, right? The wild part about this whole situation back then, right? I didn't even realize God was putting certain people in my path, right? On purpose. Every person I met, every story I heard, every broken soul that crossed my life, they weren't an accident. They weren't assignments, right? Without even knowing it, they were shaping me into the advocate for kids and adults who went through the same darkness I survived. God was training me in real time. All right. Let me ask y'all before I continue. Who showed up in your life that you now realize was sent for a reason? And I don't get tired of saying this, and I don't get tired of telling him. My fiance, the father of my daughter, right? He's like a guardian angel to me. He's like the angel that God sent from above, right? Listen, I didn't know my purpose was to help people. I didn't know that my voice mattered, and I didn't know that my story had power. All right, I was just surviving at one point in time. I was just trying to breathe. But then one day, I told my story raw, unfiltered, unpretty, and someone reached out and said, "Yo, please don't give up. There are girls just like me who need you." In that moment, that changed everything. And this is not my first time saying this. All right, I even said this, I think if I'm not mistaken, man. Shout out to Zelina, the beautiful Zelina, all right? She's the one that did my interview here on YouTube, all right? She be doing some great interviews. Make sure y'all go check her out, all right? Like, I've said that before. I've said it on her, on her channel when she interviewed me. I've said it time after time on here on this channel. So let me ask y'all this, right? Again, when did you first realize your story could, save someone else? All right. So listen, that message hit me in a place I didn't even know was open, all right? It made me realize that my pain wasn't wasted. My suffering wasn't pointless. And my survival wasn't just for me, right? It was for the people who needed to hear that healing is possible, that they're not alone, that someone understands, that someone, made it out, and they can too. How would you know? How would your life change if you believed if you believed your pain had a purpose? I mean, listen, even Mr. Oates, right? If he's up here in the panel, he can answer. At any given time, he say, "Hey, Rachel, I want to interject." You see where I'm coming from? I would really love to hear y'all, man. Like, listen, these conversations matter. Listen, every time I share a piece of my story, I learn something new about myself. I learn how strong I really am. I learn how, far I've come. I learn how many, people are walking around with silent battles, waiting for someone to speak the truth out loud. And that's why I keep talking. That's why I keep showing up. Because if my voice can open up a door for someone else, then I'm doing exactly what I was meant to do. All right? Some people just don't understand that. Let me ask y'all, what truth are you scared to speak, that might free someone else? And are you willing to, say that freely, whether it's in front of a camera or outside within your own community? Because I've done it in both places. Everybody, listen, I'm not going to sit here and lie. Everybody witnessed my story here in my community. They know what I've been through. I was shielded in my community. You see where I'm coming from? A lot of people, once they realized what I was going through, really, sat here and tried to protect me. I just didn't understand it at that moment. Right? But listen, turning pain into motivation is like magic, right? And I mean real magic, not a fairy tale kind, but the kind that transforms lives, right? The kind that turns wounds into wisdom, the kind that turns trauma into testimony, right? The kind that turns survivors into leaders. When you take what try to break you and you use it, to build someone else up, that power, that purpose, that's legacy. All right. One thing you've turned in, let me ask you a question. What's one thing, all right, one thing that you've turned into power instead of letting, how can I say, let it destroy you? There's something, we all got something that we could turn into power instead of letting us destroy us. All right. With me was that I've learned that a lot of women have a lot of power in, in their hand that they don't even know about. All right. And hand in hand with a man, listen, we could build mountains. People don't want to hear that shit. But listen, the crazy thing is when, you help someone else heal, you heal a little too. Every conversation, every poem, every moment of honesty is like stitching up a part of yourself. All right. A part of yourself you didn't even know was still open. Helping others doesn't drain me. It fuels me. It reminds me that I didn't survive for nothing. I survived so I could, guide others out of the same darkness. Let me ask y'all, who have you helped that, unwillingly helped you too? All right. And throughout my stories, right, if y'all watch me consistently, man, listen, you'll know that, right? Through each story, I tell you who has helped me overcome certain obstacles in my life. So yeah, listen, my past didn't break me, it made me. It carved me into a woman with purpose, with fire, with compassion, with strength. And now I see clarity. All right. I'm here to help the ones who feel unseen, unheard, unloved. Right. I'm here to turn pain into magic. Right. The kind that makes someone else's dream of healing come true. And if, that's my purpose, I walk in it with, how can I say, I'll walk in it proudly. Right. With the pains. All right. Tattooed on my scar. I carry that shit like a, like a honor, like how can I say, an honor badge, for real. Because I'm not ashamed of what I've been through and what I had to, how can I say, what I had to overcome. I'm not ashamed of where I came from either. So let me ask y'all, what purpose do you think your pain is pushing you towards? All right. Listen, I agree with Kevin Gates when he talks about protecting his kids. Because when you're a parent, that instinct is different. It's primal. It's spiritual. It's, how can I say, it's automatic. When someone harms a child, they're not just taking innocence, all right? They're taking safety, trust in a place, how can I say, trust in a piece, right? A piece of that child's soul. And any parent with a heart, any parent with a heartbeat knows that kind of, how can I say, violation hits a place you don't come back from easy. All right? These conversations are hard, all right? They're really hard. But they're needed. They're needed. Shout out to, Eat Plant Bro, man. Shout out. I appreciate the support. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. But listen, man. Y'all know what we say here, right? We don't play about kids. We don't joke about kids, all right? We don't minimize what happens to kids. And when Kevin said what he said, I understood the emotion behind it. Because when someone destroys a child's innocence, right, the whole community feels that wound, right? It's not about revenge. It's about the weight of what was taken. Let me ask y'all before I continue. Why do people act like harming a child is just another crime and not a life alerting, how can I say, life altering crime, trauma? Why do people act like harming a child is just another crime and not a life altering trauma? All right. And let's be real. If you take something that doesn't belong to you, all right, a child's safety, a child's peace, a child's sense of self, you've committed a violation that goes beyond anything physical. All right. You've touched something sacred. You've crossed a line that can't be uncrossed. And that's why people react with so much anger, because they know damage, all right, lasts a lifetime. Why do we treat the theft of innocence like it's less Like, it's less serious than theft of property. Like, we are tired of systems that protect predators and silence victims, tired of watching cases get dismissed, tired of watching kids get ignored, tired of watching adults walk free while children carry the trauma forever, tired of watching the justice system act like a child's words ain't enough. How many victims never get justice because the system refuses to believe them? And the worst part is, the victims get, how can I say, questioned more than the predator. The victims get judged more than the predators. The victims get doubted more than the predators. It's backwards. It's sick, and it's why so many survivors stay silent, because they know the word. They know the world, right? Will interrogate them before it ever holds the abuser accountable. Man, people demand perfection from victims, but excuse the predator's behavior. Why do we demand perfection from victims, but excuse what predators do? Every time a child speaks up, the system should stop and listen. But instead, they get brushed off, dismissed, or told they're confused. Meanwhile, predators get the benefit of the motherfucking... My bad. I shouldn't be cursing. I apologize. Let me take a step back. All right? But predators get the benefit of the doubt. Tell me I'm lying. Predators should not be getting the benefit of the doubt. But they do. And it happens time after time. Why it happens, I don't know. All right? That's something that I can't seem to understand. All right? My baby pop says jail time is fine for them. I say a casket is where they belong. All right? We could both be right. I'm not sure. All right? Right? But every time a child speaks up, the system should stop and listen, like I said. All right? Give me 1 second.
In the shadow of my dreams, I was confined a prisoner of my own mind, hoping to find escape from the horrors that kept haunting me. Chained to a bed, just imagine a nightmare with Freddy. Every night his claws would scrape against my fears. A twisted dance, waking dripping in cold sweat and tears. But deep within, a flicker of strength found its way. I'm about to break free from this endless fray. Growing up, it felt like I was in prison, shackled to a bed and life filled with derision. But now I rise, armored against my own fright. No longer bound, I'm ready to face the fight. Through the darkness, I found the light of resilience, unlocking the... I'll sculpt a new reality that will forever last. I face the demons that once held me down. Now they tremble as I wear my battle crown. With every step I take on this path of liberation, I reclaim my power and rewrite this narration. Growing up, it felt like I was in prison, shackled to a bed and life filled with derision. But now I rise, armored against my own fright. Freddy may have haunted my nights before, but now I'm stronger than ever, knocking on his door. I'll stand tall and break these nightmares apart. No longer confined, I'll conquer my fears with heart. Growing up, it felt like I was in prison, shackled to a bed and life filled with derision. But now I rise, armored against my own fright. No longer bound, I'm ready to face the fight. Growing up, it felt like I was in prison. Just imagine being chained to a bed. Just imagine a nightmare with Freddy. We all have a story in our life that has caused us trauma. Scars tattooed in our skin that can never be forgotten. Memories that are partially forgiven. If we could only see that at times we're our own worst enemy. This is my story. Do you know I believed everything?
And that's some real shit right there. But listen, let's talk
Ryder.
about talk to me, Mr. Oates.
Hey, send me. What's the link to that song you just played?
The link to the song? I don't have a link to it. It's on. Let me see. Can I send it back? How do I share this one? Hold on 1 second. I might have to click on it.
Don't worry. Go to the live chat. You follow what I'm. If you can pin the link, go to the live chat and pin the link. So that way, when you in the live, I'll be able to get it because I can't get it as long as I'm up here.
All right, I just did it. It's down there.
All right, and all right, I got that.
On it. There, John. I didn't even know I could share it myself until you just asked me, and I got curious. Yeah.
It's just crazy.
For real, I didn't know I could share that, John, because it's an app that I have. So I didn't know I could share the John.
Oh yeah.
Then when you said that, I was like, "What's that? Let me share the. I could copy the link. I just copied it. It's in the chat down below, though." But yeah, but listen, let's talk about.
Go ahead.
No, I'm listening. Go ahead.
No, I'm looking. I went to look at the chat and I was trying to see where. Okay, you rap.
Yeah,
fame.
I did it on the. Yeah, it's on Rap Fame.
All right, did you put that in the other the? Oh shit! Don't worry
I can't
about
do
it.
it on the vertical. You can't click on it on the vertical. You have to go to my regular live stream.
That's what I'm talking about. The vertical is just like So that's why I said, did you post it in the live stream?
Yeah, I did that on the regular live stream. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I got it.
Yep. But listen, guys, right? Because there's a few things I want to hit on before we end this, John. For real, right? And it's crazy because I've seen a lot of men try to listen. I'm gonna get it out there, and I'm gonna clip this John up, and I'm gonna upload it, right? Because a lot of men try to get this across, right? Their platforms, and they get interrupted, whether it's by a woman or a man that's in his emotions. All right. I don't know why men come online and get messy, all right, but women do it too, so we can't even get testy. I don't get tired of saying that. All right, it's my favorite. I'm making a shirt. I'm definitely making a shirt, and I told y'all I'm gonna do it on a live. Baby, hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second before I finish my commentary. Let me put this on for y'all because my daughter's right here, and I don't want her in these conversations right now. Oh, she would understand. She said, All right, so let me get back on it. All right, but listen, let's talk about the emotional truth behind what Kevin said. All right, that's what I want to touch on real quick. Right, when a parent says, "I'll do anything to protect my child," right, it's not about violence. All right, it's about, how can I say, the desperation of knowing the world is full of people who don't value children the way they should. All right, it's about the fear of your child becoming another statistic. All right, it's about the pain of knowing the system fails more kids than it saves. And we've talked about this time after time. All right, I don't just come on here to talk. All right, I use a lot of videos as reference, but there's plenty of times where I come on as John, right, and if and it's funny, right, where I laugh because I think it's on the StreamYard. My videos don't get pushed. But if I go on a live without using a StreamYard, I can have some good conversations with some of y'all. For real. I've had them. But when I get on the StreamYard, it's like I get more trolls than anything. Why? I don't know why. Like on some real shit. But these conversations really do matter. You see where I'm coming from? Like, why do parents feel like they have to, how can I say it? I'm about to say this backwards. Why do parents have to feel like they're the only one, the only line of defense for their kids? You see where I'm coming from? And it's like, I think the world makes a parent feel like that. All right. At the end of the day, we're not calling, for chaos. We're calling for accountability. We're calling for protection. We're calling for justice. All right. That actually means something. We're calling for a world where kids, are believed the first time. Because we're tired of watching predators walk free while survivors carry the weight forever. And until the system changes, conversations like this will keep happening, loud, raw, and unapologetic. And it's funny, I heard a few people talking about earlier, right? And I think somebody was going to bring up the this Kevin Gates interview. I didn't get to see their live, but I'm going to catch the replay. But before they even started the chat, I mean the live, I seen in the chat, right, how somebody was saying, why y'all not going this hard for the Epstein files, right? And I'm sitting here, it's like, as crazy as it sounds, right? I want to go as hard, right? The files are out here, but are they going to really, really show us everything? One. And two, whether y'all want to realize it or not, right? Hopefully, if he's dead, you see where I'm coming from? If Epstein is unalived, right? He's in a casket somewhere, right? There's justice for them people that suffer in the hands of Epstein already. But if he's alive somewhere, then justice still has to be served. But according to everything and everywhere you search, right? He's not here. So that's a way of justice, and people don't even peep that part. But hey, I could be tripping. You see where I'm coming from? Like, listen, let me say this. Purpose is the key. And I walk with mine every single day. I didn't just wake up healed, all right? I didn't just wake up strong. I had to fight for this version of me, the one y'all see standing, not standing, sitting in front of you, right? I had to bleed for her, right? I had to sit with my demons, argue with them, outgrow them, and bury the ones that tried to bury me. And now that I know who I am, nobody could take that from me. Let me ask y'all, what part of yourself did you have to fight the hardest to reclaim? I had to heal before I could help anybody else, whether it was through poetry or anything. I had to clean my own wounds before I could bandage someone else's. And that healing was not pretty, all right? It was ugly. It was lonely. It was painful. I had to do it in the dark and silence. It was quiet, but I faced it. I didn't run from it. I didn't numb it. I didn't pretend it was there. I faced my demons head on. That's why they didn't scare me anymore. That's why when people hop on this app saying, "Oh, I could say that it's going to hurt you," no, it's not. No matter what you say on this app, you can't hurt me. You can't. All right. Let me ask y'all. What demon did you have to face before you could move forward? Or have you been able to face your demons at all? Because listen, now when people try to use my past against me, that shit backfires instantly. Like that. Right? You can hurt me. Oh, my bad. You can hurt me. I'm getting tired, you can tell. You can't hurt me, all right, with a story I already healed from. You can't shame me with a wound I already stitched up. And you can't break me with a chapter I already closed. My past is not my weapon. My past is not a weapon. It's my testimony. In the moment I realized that, I became untouchable. All right? Let me ask y'all. I don't know how many of y'all got a testimony. How many of y'all was able to turn your pain, into motivation? But when did you realize your past no longer had power over you? It took me a minute. All right. It's not easy to show vulnerability. All right. People see vulnerability as weakness, but that's because, how can I say, they've never had the courage to be real. Vulnerability is strength. Vulnerability is truth. Vulnerability is freedom. And the beauty of it is this. While people think they're judging you, they don't even realize you're healing. They don't realize you're growing. They don't realize you're becoming someone stronger than they ever expected. I don't know why people fear vulnerability when it's the one thing that sets us free. Listen, I'm going to say it like this, all right? Can't nobody break the inner God in you when you have tunnel vision, right? When you know your purpose, when you know your calling, when you know your worth, when you know your mission, nobody can shake you. People could talk. People can doubt, right? People can project. What the fuck? My Spanglish is coming out. Wake up. Listen, but they can't touch what God built inside you, all right? That's divine. That's protected. That's permanent. What keeps you? Your inner strength, unshakable, even, when life gets hard, when it gets loud. But let's be real. All right. Even the strongest people need support. Healing don't happen in isolation. Growth don't happen in silence. All right. People don't happen. How can I say? People don't happen alone. You need people who see you, who hear you, who understand you, who don't judge you, who don't use your past against you. You need a circle that, how can I say, feeds your spirit, not drains it. Right? And that's why they say surround yourself with people that are like minded. Surround yourself around bosses. All right. Once you find that support system, all right, that tribe, that family, that circle, cherish it. Right? You got to cherish it. You got to protect it, honor it, because real support is rare. Real love is rare. Real understanding is rare. And when you finally, find people who don't flinch at your truth, who don't run from your pain, who don't judge your journey, that's a blessing you don't take lightly. What does real support look like to you? I know what it does to me. I mean, I just kind of like basically broke it down, baby. Listen. So yeah, purpose is the key, and I walk with it proudly. I walk with it loudly. I walk with it, intentionally, because everything I went through wasn't meant to break me. It was meant to prepare me, and some of us don't understand that. And now that I'm healed enough to help others, I'm stepping into that purpose with confidence. Because if my story can save someone else's, then every tear I cried was worth it. And trust me, I cried. Man, I'm a big crybaby. I ain't gonna sit here and deny that shit, man. When I don't want to hurt someone, man, listen, tears will come down my cheek. Like, yo, man, like, why the fuck is you making me do this shit, man? I really don't want to come at you, man. Like, boy, is someone you really care about? Not just anybody, right? Not just a stranger, not just a random person, but someone that you really care about. Hell yeah, man. Shorty gets emotional, right? Listen, all right, a lot of us try to create these safe spaces just like Kevin Gates does, all right, through, he does it through his music, right? And just like I do through my poetry. Because when you've lived through chaos, when you've survived things people don't, even want to talk about, you understand how important it is to build a space where people can breathe, a space where people can be honest, a space where people can finally say the things they've been holding on for years. Safe spaces don't just happen. They're built by people who need it, all right? Who needed one themselves, who created, let me ask you a question. Who created the first real space for you, you ever felt in your life? All right, for me, damn, it was my fiance. He taught me what a man was really about, and that not all men will sit here and hurt you. They're not all the same. And it's crazy, how confusion hits you when, you're trying to heal. You be sitting there like, why am I feeling like this? Why am I remembering that? Why am I reacting like this? Healing is messy, yo. Healing is very confusion. Healing is uncomfortable. But the confusion part of the process is, that is that it's your spirit rearranging itself, right? Making room for the version of you that's coming next. What part of healing confused you the most before, it finally made sense to you? All right. Because let me tell you something, right? When it comes to kids, confusion is not an excuse. You don't just listen to your kids. You back them up. You stand behind them. You stand beside them. You stand in front of them. All right? You stand in front of them if you have to. Kids don't always have the words, but they always have the feelings. All right? And when a child tells you something feels wrong, you better believe them, right? Before the world teaches them to stay silent. Listen, man, there's so many ways I can go about this. Like, why do adults ignore the instincts of children when kids are, the most honest people on the earth? Yeah, they tell lies, but they're not taught to lie. And some kids are really against that. It's crazy how you come on social media and you see the complete opposite of what this world is really like out here. But anyways, kids shouldn't have to prove their pain. And kids shouldn't have to convince adults to protect them. Kids shouldn't have to repeat themselves 10 times before someone takes them serious. And yet, that's exactly what happens. Adults hear what they want to hear, not what the child, is actually saying. And that's how so many kids slip through the cracks. Not because they were silent, but because nobody, really listened. How many kids do you think were ignored simply because adults want to, how can I say, didn't want to face the truth? You see where I'm coming from? Like, that's why safe spaces matter. That's why voices like Kevin's matter. That's why poetry, music, storytelling, all of it matters, because sometimes kids can't say the words directly, but they'll say it through a drawing, through a poem, through a song, through a change of behavior. And if you're not paying attention, you'll miss all the messages completely. All right. And I ask these provocative questions for a reason. And this is also in hopes to spark up conversations that truly matter. Conversations, like the word says, to build nations. Shout out to the word. All right. What's a sign you think that adults overlook the most when a child is trying to speak without speaking? We're looked at, listen, the first thing they say is, that child is a demon. That child is a menace to society. But if their words aren't getting through people, one way or another, they're going to make you feel their pain. All right. And let's be real. Kids don't need perfect parents. They need present parents. They need parents who pay attention. Parents who don't dismiss their feelings. Parents who don't gaslight them. Parents who don't tell them, you're too young to feel like that. Kids feel everything. They feel danger before adults do. They feel energy before adults do. They feel truth before adults do. Why do we forget that kids have instincts too? Why do we forget that we was kids at one point? So when I say back your kids up, I mean it with my whole chest. Don't wait for proof. Don't wait for confirmation. Don't wait for the situation to get worse. If your child says something feels off, you move, you act, you protect, because the world is already loud enough. Your child shouldn't have to scream to be heard, all right, in their own home, in their own community, in their own school. I want everybody to really answer this question. What would change if every parent believed their child first before they believed a complete stranger or an adult that is trying to cover up a lie or a mistake they did? At the end of the day, safe spaces start at home. I want y'all to listen carefully. At the end of the day, safe spaces start at home. They start with listening. They start with believing. They start with backing your kids up, even when you don't fully understand what's going on yet. Because confusion is temporary, but protection is permanent. And if we don't protect our kids, who will? What does a real space look like for a child in today's world? All right. It's crazy, hearing Kevin talk about how kids back then were, in and out of jail. Because if you grew up in the 90s, especially, in the hood, that wasn't rare. Right? You understand that wasn't rare. Kids weren't just around the streets. They were raised by them, right? Born into them, fed by them, protected by them, hurt by them. The streets were the parent, the teacher, the babysitter, the judge, and the punishment all at once. Like reality set earlier, right? In the way he was trying to, talk to me in the chat. He was kind of breaking it down. Why do people act, shocked about the street kids, when the streets were the only thing raising them? Growing up in the 90s, kids didn't get to be kids. They were outside heavy. They were running errands with, for grown men, grown women. All right, watching things that they shouldn't see, learning rules they shouldn't know, and surviving situations adult, today couldn't handle. Right? And the wild part is nobody blinked. Nobody questioned it. It was normal. Not because it was right, but because it was, all they knew. How old were you when you first realized your childhood wasn't normal? A lot of kids back then were in and out of jail before they even hit puberty, not because they were, bad kids, but because the system was already waiting for them. The pipeline was already built. The trap was already set. And once, the street got you, the system made sure you stayed in rotation, right? It wasn't a coincidence. It was a setup. How many kids do you think were punished for surviving the environment adults failed to fix? And let's be real, the 90s were different. There was, there was therapy. But people say there was no therapy. There was mental health, but people say there was no mental health. Right? But I don't know if there was therapy awareness and mental health awareness as much as there is today. There were safe spaces, but people say that, there was no safe spaces. But yet, one thing I could tell you that is for sure, no adults were asking, are you okay? You just dealt with it. You swallowed it. You kept moving. Kids were carrying trauma that, would break grown adults today. But back then, you were expected to be tough. You were expected to be numb. You were expected to survive, and I know from experience. Not just because of what Kevin Gates is saying, because I walked them trenches too. Why were kids expected to be stronger than the adults raising them? A question can't nobody answer till this day, and I've asked it when I was younger. People love to judge, the kids who grew up, right, in the streets, but they never asked the real question. Where were the adults? Where were the resources? Where were the safe neighborhoods? Where were the opportunities? Kids don't choose the streets. The streets choose the kids who were left unprotected. And once you're in that world, innocence disappears fast, right? Why do people blame the child instead of the conversation, instead of the environment that shaped them? And that's the craziest part. A lot of, a lot of those kids weren't criminals. They were survivors. They were doing what they, had to do to eat, to stay safe, to protect their siblings, to keep a roof over their heads. But the system didn't care about that. They didn't care about the why. It only cared about the what. And once a kid got labeled, that label allowed them, how can I say that? That label followed them everywhere. School, court, the block, and adulthood. Let me ask y'all, how many lives do you think were ruined by labels instead of help? And it's still happening until today. When Kevin Gates talks about that era, all right, he's not exaggerating. It wasn't just happening in the 90s. It was happening in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s. All right? And I think since colonization started. That's why we're diving down rabbit holes on this channel. What's the one thing your childhood, you're still healing from today? All right? Listen, so when we talk about the kids in the 90s being in and out of jail, we're not talking about bad kids. We're talking about kids who were born into war zones, kids who were forced to grow up too fast, kids who were punished for surviving. And that's why conversations like this matter. Because if we don't acknowledge what happened back then, we'll never understand the trauma people carry now. What do you think would have saved more kids from the streets back then? The environment, the lack of support, the justice system, survival pressure. What shaped the 90s, street kids the most? I don't know if Mr. Oates got something to say before I keep going, but I know he probably has something to say, especially on this topic, and especially when it comes about behavior and the streets and all that stuff. I don't know. Do you, Mr. Oates?
No, I was like you were saying, I damn near had a flashback, like when you was talking about the 90s and the kids being locked up and the system already being geared, the pipeline already being, it's like people should already get this.
But they choose not to.
No, they because if they look at it, that means they got to do something.
Facts.
That's all that means. That's period.
That's crazy.
Once you actually see it and you do nothing about it, that's called cognitive dissonance, I believe.
That's was said it before.
Yeah,
And,
yeah,
and
yeah. 'Cause it can say even if you see the truth and you refuse to acknowledge it, that's cognitive dissonance. You are that's contrary to your belief. That's based upon the knowledge set that you have at this point in life.
facts.
That's all that is. So dig a little deeper, and maybe what they say to come out that other rabbit hole.
Yeah, because listen, people just don't get it. And I'm
Yeah.
trying to get all this out before we hit the answer panel because I see he's live already. So I only got a little bit more to say, and then we're gonna end this joint.
All right, do your thing. Salute to you. Thanks for having me up, Riders. I'll sit with you in case some drama jump off.
Yeah, I just want to get this out because a lot of people don't talk about it. And I know, even if I hit the answers link and he wants to talk about certain things like this, man, they won't even let him get a word out, man. This man will land his plane in 2045. That's crazy.
No, we got to go over there and let him defend himself. Because we know that plane don't land. Never mind. No, we got to go let him defend.
So let me finish this off real quick. I'm not gonna be that long. Maybe like another 10 minutes.
Buffalo salute, right?
Yeah, we're gonna do this and then we're gonna head over to answers. I mean, to the answer. But listen. Kevin said the first time he went to jail, he was scared, right? And that's real. People love to act, tough. But the first time you get locked up, especially as a kid, fear hits you before anything else, guys. But like he said, right? He had to stand up and defend himself because in that environment, fear don't protect you, right? Strength does. And sometimes strength ain't even real. Strength is survival. Listen, why do we expect kids to survive situations grown adults can't handle? And let's be honest, all right? A lot of kids from the 90s were thrown into situations that forced them to grow up overnight. That's something that my baby pops was trying to, explain. And I'm gonna have I gotta schedule a live, right? And I gotta hit the answer behind the scenes so that we can see when him and my baby pops come up here, right? Because it's two different worlds, right? But both men were in the streets. You see where I'm coming from, right? And it's crazy because I want to get both versions out there, right? And I would love for Mr. Oath to hop up here because he's an older generation from these men. I want to get these stories out here and not to just put them out there as stories, right? It's to bring awareness, right? Because this proves, and it backs up what I'm saying today, all right? We're all capable, all right, of changing our lives, taking a different direction, taking a path, all right, that doesn't involve, chaos and strife. All right. But listen, these kids were, how can I say it? They weren't getting, they weren't just getting into trouble. They were being raised by the streets, right? Now that we're back on topic, right? They were learning rules that had nothing to do with childhood and everything to do with survival. And once you're in that world, you don't get to be scared for long. You got to adapt. I would love to hear how old were y'all when y'all realized childhood wasn't an option for you. All right. And we all go through it in different ways. All right. My baby pops had to deal with what he had to do when he was younger, right? And he told y'all it wasn't through molestation or sexual abuse, right? I had to deal with that, right? I mean, we all deal with different demons, all right, in the same hell, different ways. But here's the part that really hit me, right? Kevin got luck, Kevin got a lucky streak. Not lucky in the sense of, how can I say blessings, right? Lucky in the sense of survival because the people who harmed him, they're not alive today. And that's not something to glorify. That's something to reflect on. That's the reality of the streets. People who do dirt don't last long. People who prey on the vulnerable don't last long. The streets have their own justice system and it's brutal, right? And I don't know why people act shocked when the streets return the same energy they receive. A lot of people don't understand that when you grow up in up in an environment like that, danger is normal, violence is normal, losing people is normal. Kids shouldn't have to learn how to defend themselves in jail. Kids shouldn't have to learn how to fight for their life before they learn algebra. But that was the reality of some, of so many men and probably women, right? And Kevin's story is just one example. What's something you had to learn too early because you were forced to grow up, right? And the crazy part is people love to judge kids who end up in jail, but they never ask how they got there. They never asked who failed them. They never asked what trauma pushed them into survival mode. They never asked what pain they were carrying. They just see the outcome, not the story behind it. Why does society judge the result but ignore the roots? All right, because that one question Mr. Oates got, asked me one day. No, it wasn't even a question. He talked and he said it. We have to get to the root of the problem, right? Where did it all begin? And now we're diving down rabbit holes in Pennsylvania, right? Where I'm from. It's crazy as it sounds, but people don't get to the root of the problem. It's like they don't even want to know it. And that's why his story hits so hard. Because it's not just his story. It's the story of thousands of kids who grew up in the 90s in the hood, in broken homes and violent neighborhoods and systems that were designed to fail them. Kids who had to defend themselves before they even understood what they were defending themselves from. All right? What's the one thing you survived that people wouldn't believe if you told them? People to this day, they can't believe, oh man, I'm a straight woman that has kids, engaged. They hear my story and they think automatically, oh man, you were supposed to become a dyke. I'm like, wait, what? Motherfuckers, the simple thought of kissing another woman turns my stomach upside down. Right? I'm looking at y'all, why y'all think that every woman that goes through, sexual abuse ends up becoming, a transformer? Like, what the fuck? So when Kevin talks about being scared, standing up for himself and surviving people who meant, him harm, he's not bragging. He's remembering. He's acknowledging the reality of childhood. That wasn't childhood, right? And if you lived that era, you know exactly what he means. Survival wasn't choice, all right? It was the only option. All right? And I'm not going to sit here and lie. Kevin was funny as shit, right? He was funny as hell talking about he answered a shorty phone. All right? I don't know if y'all was, heard that part, right? And it's funny, right? Listen. We're about to get into another part because tomorrow we're gonna, get into the relationship parts and everything before we end this job. All right. I'm not even gonna get into the conclusion because we've unpacked a lot today. We've unpacked so much. All right. And I don't even have to get to the conclusion because I think y'all understand it. All right. The kids is the future, and our priority should be their safety. But people are not going to understand that. But give me 1 second before I get into this comment.
Did you just
You
go
ever said,
on mute?
do you know I believed everything you ever said to me? First man I ever put my shield down for. Look at how you played me. Give you my heart for what? I told you it's not that easy to tame me. Give you my heart for what? I don't want no one to entertain me. Give you my heart for what? When you already blame me. Sacrifice is what I hear you tell me. Sometimes I feel like you don't even know me. Lord, please help me. The situation is really starting to annoy me. Tell me what we do now. Looking for something where there's nothing, I don't want to argue anymore. Living with the illusion that one day you'll love me the same way that I do, but I'm just a game to you. You're looking for vengeance in me while I'm dreaming of a future for us. I don't know what to do anymore. Sacrifice is what I hear you tell me. Shoot, I don't even want to see you anymore. They say that from love we cannot escape, so why lie to each other? I don't even feel you anymore. I know they already tore your heart apart. I gave you my heart and you watched it bleed. They tore you into pieces. I just want you to know that that wasn't me. They hurt you and that messed you up. But tell me, why do I have to pay the consequences? Maybe you love someone that you shouldn't have loved. You made a fatal decision. Tell me, why do I have to pay the consequences? Maybe they played you. They didn't really love you. It was probably an adventure. Nothing more than just a game to them. They never really gave you a chance. I just really had to pay the consequences. Damn, I would have never thought we made it this far. I'm sitting here thinking, you thinking that you love me wanting to believe you. It all felt so real what we were living, even though in our hearts we didn't mean it. God damn, we're in so deep. Do you know I believed everything you ever said to me? First person I ever put my shield down for, and look at how you played me. Give you my heart for what? I told you it's not that easy to tame me. Give you my heart for what? I don't want no one to entertain me. Give you my heart for what? When you already blame me. Sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice is what I hear you tell me. Sometimes I feel like you don't even know me. Lord help me. This situation is really starting to annoy me. Life is hard. Hope I make it. It's a risk, but I'll take
That was just me playing around. I ain't playing that, John. Yeah, hold on. I just had to, send this off real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. All right, my bad. But like I was saying, all right, Kevin Gates was funny earlier, right? Tomorrow we're going to get into the conversation, right, about relationships and stuff with Kevin Gates, right? But the bull was really funny. I don't know if men really do this, man, but he answered the John phone, the shorty phone. Like, really, Kevin, you answered her phone? That means you was into her, boy. Don't play with us. Like, listen, don't sit up there acting like you was just chilling. You don't answer a woman's phone unless you care a little too much, right? That's not player behavior, right? That's a low key, I'm invested, but I'm pretending I'm not, behavior type shit right there, right? Man, listen, only a man can answer it if I'm correct or wrong. And then he gonna turn around and call her, oh, Kevin, baby. No, you can't be answering her phone like you her man and then switch up and call her, her name. Yo, that's smooth. Like, that's not play. That's confusion. That's emotional. How can I say gymnastics, right? That's like, I liked her, but I'm trying to save, face type energy type John shit. Like, I don't know what was up with him, man. Like, I don't know what's up with some of y'all men when y'all young. I'm glad I ain't come across none of y'all. All right. Like, let's be real. Like, if you answer somebody's phone, you're in your feelings. You're curious. You're, how can I say territorial? You're trying to see who's calling your not girlfriend, but kind of your girlfriend. That's not player energy. That's invested, but I don't want to admit it because my pride is too loud. Some of y'all men, boy, y'all be funny as shit. Listen, Kevin be trying to act like he's, this cool, how can I say, detached, unbothered dude. But, the way he tells these stories, baby, you cared enough to pick up that phone. You cared enough to check who was calling. You cared enough to remember the whole situation years later. That's not player. All right, that's pressed. I'm dead. Like, yo, and the funniest part is how, he tells it like it's normal. Like, everybody just out here answering people's phones and then calling them names afterwards. Like, no, Kevin, that's you. Probably some men out here, man. But anyways, man, that's your brand of chaos. That's your flavor of toxic comedy, yo. And honestly, it's entertaining, all right, as hell, because he says it with his whole chest out there, all right? Like, let's be honest, calling her a hoe was unnecessary. That's that ego talking, right? That's that, I liked her too much now, but now I'm embarrassed. She broke my heart, all right, type of energy. Kind of like Leon. No, Leon doesn't call women bitches. Who is it that I'm trying to like? There's somebody that I heard is always calling the female "I love you," but it's her bitch.
Did you say Leon?
That's why I switched it up. I said no, Leon don't call females bitches. Not just cause, not the female he loves. No. I mixed them up. Who the fuck is the bull? It's a bull that I know they be popping up on panels, acting all romantic, but then he be calling females all types of bitches. I'm like, I'm good. I can't have a man like that. I can't have a man like that around me. I can't even say, well, he is a nigga. Because if he calls his own, his significant other a bitch, men like y'all deserve to get called niggas. I'm sorry. I don't normally call a man a nigga, right? Like, I had dropped the habit, but talking about this reminded me what I call them. Like, listen, men do that all the time and they get caught up slipping emotionally. And instead of admitting, they throw shade, they throw insult, they deflect, they try to reclaim their player card. That shit, it's kind of like Anton. And he said, "Oh, these are my women," but he called them hoes. But when the flips gets, the scripts get flipped, right? And if somebody doing it to your child as a father of a daughter, that shit ain't pretty no more, right? Now you want to sit out here and put a motherfucker in a casket. And I just want to, I want y'all men to soak that in, sit down with that, and, little food for thought. All right. So yeah, Kevin, you wasn't being a player. You was being a man who caught feelings and didn't know what to do with them. And instead of admitting it, you tried to flip the script. But see, you hear, well, I don't know how to put this. Like, we hear you. All right. We hear you, and we laughing with you, not at you. All right. Because the story is wild, but the truth.
Share this. Hold on. It sounds like this about to get juicy.
No, that's all I was going to tell him. That's all I was going to tell him. That should be what I hear a lot of men say, right? Leon just gets in his feelings. It's like he gets super emotional. I'm like, Leon, calm down. You're just hurt right now. But who
I'm
hurt
just
you?
saying, shorty.
It's some dude that I know that's always calling a chick, man. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna get his name. Watch. That's because I need to pay more.
I'm back on mute.
But listen, all right, I'm about to end this, and we're about to go. All of us is about to go over answers panel. Let's see. Is he still alive? I gotta get this drawn off of sleep mode because I can't see. There you go. Are you off sleep mode? There you go. Now I can see who's alive. Yeah, he's still alive. But listen. Tonight we walked through some real life, not no surface level conversation. We talked about Kevin Gates, but really we talked about us, right? We talked about childhood trauma, generational pain, the streets racing kids in the 90s, parents who couldn't, protect systems that failed us, the monsters some of us, had to survive inside our own homes. We talked about boys being victims too, about how society, silences male pain and how predators come in every shape and gender. And through all of that, we kept it honest, all right? Because the topics ain't jokes. They ain't memes. They ain't entertainment. They are real life, real scars, real stories, all right? We talked about how pain can turn anybody into a monster if they don't learn about, how to transform it. But we also talked about how that same pain can become purpose. How healing ain't instant, how vulnerability ain't weakness, and how facing our demons is the only way to stop them from running your life. All right. We talked about how kids deserve to be believed the first time, how parents gotta, back their babies up, and how safe spaces don't just appear. They're built by purpose, by purpose, right? By people who need them themselves. All right, we talked about Kevin's childhood, his fear, his survival, his mistakes, his humor, and the way he tells his stories. Damn, the answer already finished his live? That was quick. That's crazy. He had an open panel and he finished it. Damn, answer? Listen. How can I put this? We talked about Kevin's childhood, right? His fear, his survival, his mistakes, his humor, and the way, he tells the stories, right? That expose more truth than he realizes. But we also talked about our story, your story, how you held your mother as, how can I say it? How we've held our mothers, right, in our arms. Some of us don't got them today. Others, still got them, and that's a blessing, right? How I met my father in a casket, right? How Kevin Gates' father had HIV, right? How we survived things that, should have broken us. How we've turned pain into motivation, right? How some of us turn that into a purpose that helps others, right? And that's not weakness. That's not luck, right? That's purpose. That's God's work moving through you, even when you didn't even know it, all right? Sometimes some of us are vessels and we don't realize it until, we bump our heads or go through something or something is taken from us, all right? We don't know that we're meant for something better than what we could even imagine, all right? We talked about how the 90s shaped a whole generation, all right? Kids in and out of jail, kids surviving war zones disguised, how can I say, as neighborhoods, kids forced to grow up before they even had a chance to breathe. And we talked about how those same kids grew up and, into adults, still carrying wounds nobody ever acknowledged, right? But here's the thing, right? You don't let it break you. You don't let it silence you. You don't let it turn you into a monster that hurts you, right? You turn it into magic, the kind that heals, the kind that, protects, the kind that lifts up others. So the conclusion is this, right? And even though I said I wasn't going to get one, I'm going to get it. Pain didn't win. Trauma didn't win. The streets didn't win. The system didn't win. Right? The conclusion is this: you win. Right? And now we're using our voices, our stories, whether it's through poetry, through music, through skits, through storytelling. Right? That's your purpose. All right, to make sure that the next generation doesn't have to survive what you did. That's legacy, that's power, that's healing emotion. And there's one thing, everybody should walk away with, tonight. Is this. Protect your kids, believe your kids, heal, all right, yourself. Walk in your purpose and never let anyone use your past as a weapon. Because once you heal, that weapon turns into armor. Right? That's really basically all I gotta say. Like, it was hard to put it out there because I have to put it in ways that, people don't get confused. All right. Shout out to Mr. Oates. All right. I know the answer did he end his live? Yeah, he ended his live. Let me see who's live right now. Yeah, Jaja ended her live too. Damn, everybody ended their lives. I gotta catch some replays, man. But I'm about to get off this John, man. Like, we gotta really think about the things we come online and do. If we really want to make a difference, right? And our kids to stop doing the things that they're doing, we have to lead by example. All right. And with that being said, man, I'm off this John.
Yeah, we living in a world where the rules don't apply. They say we gotta follow, but we ready to fly. System got us boxed in, trying to keep us small. But we rise like the phoenix, we ain't scared to brawl. They feeding us lies, but we see through the smoke. With the voice of the people, we're ready to provoke. They want us to divide, but we're stronger as one. Breaking chains, sticking names, yeah, we getting it done. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. Fist in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. In the world of division, they showed us how to share. But the weight of our sorrows, they never taught us to bear. We split our joys and laughter, but the pain remained untold. A burden we carry alone, a story left untold. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. We learned to divide our dreams and multiply our fears. But the ache in our hearts only grew with passing years. They gave us all the answers, except how to heal. The scars that run so deep, wounds that time can't see. Yeah, they taught us how to share, but only the good. Smiles and laughter like we understood. But deep down inside, there's a storm we hide. Pain in our hearts, we're just trying to ride. Put on a mask, yeah, we play the part, but nobody sees the cracks in the hearts. We share our dreams, the highs and the lows, but when it comes to hurt, we just close the doors. We share the fun times, deflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain. But the shadows linger, they creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share it all. We got hate in our hearts, but we keep concealed. Taught to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They say love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We tried to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strong and true. Shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a world where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tightens, we're not alone. Bound by chains of injustice greed. Against the odds, we fight to be free. Mighty forces try to keep us down, but our spirits rise, refusing to drown. Defying norms, breaking through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity will never die. They try to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. They can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for keeps. With the strength of the many, we're shattered elites. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together, let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm. Riders ignite, it's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They build the walls, but we're digging tunnels. With every step we take, we're shaking the bundles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy thing. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. Now we stand here broken, searching for some light, hoping for a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll face tomorrow and find solace in this space. They say don't bring the drama, keep it all light. But every night I'm fighting these demons in sight. Whispers in my mind, yeah, they echo when they shout. While I'm smiling on the surface, I'm breaking without. We're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battlefield of sorrow, a war with no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and it grows. In a world of lessons learned, they taught us how to stand and burn. But the scars we hide deep inside are the ones that never subside. We followed all rules they made, but the emptiness never their wounds like knives, cutting through, leaving wounds that always grew. They painted pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left from us. It's us versus the system. We're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. To remember this moment, remember this face, remember this sound. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down. In the face of oppression, we'll stand up tall. It's us versus the system.